Hello everyone, and welcome to what might possibly be the finale of Avowed.
Back into the breach. Just speak.
Speaking.
Mac.
I just spoke saying this is
Yes, but I
most
didn't hear it
likely...
because I wasn't on the menu thingy.
Well, I'm speaking now. Are you able to hear it now?
Yeah.
Good. No fear, no pain.
I'm curious to know what Giada's take on the whole god thing would have been.
Don't know. Neither of us have her in our party.
For good reason. She's very bad. She has good opinions, but her skills are terrible. Alright, just a note. I don't know if you realize this, but just in case you didn't, the swarmers that you spawn from your ability aren't actually taken from corpses. They just spawn into existence.
Okay. There are need corpses
Meaning
in
you
order
don't
to
need dead
spawn them.
people. You don't.
You do, because I tried it a few times without corpses around and none of them spawn.
Why do they just spawn into existence for me?
They spawn because there's probably bodies near you that's turning into them.
Treacherous weed!
At least the volcano's easy to find.
I'm surprised the other gods still are willing to speak to Aelthis after the second game.
As I said, this dialogue is probably in the past based on what Galloween said in the totem.
You know, given the whole second game, I'm inclined to agree with you now.
Envoy? I've seen Mount Forgia erupt before, but never like that. It's like it was angry, like it was screaming in pain. I don't know what really happened, but I assume Sopadal was involved. Blessed gods. Is it too much to ask to just let us live our lives for a while? It's like they have nothing better to do.
I already dreamed through our moon spider.
Anyway.
Thank you.
What? Right. Until next time.
Good evening. You too.
I have never wanted a bath this badly. Come.
Check your bedroll for things.
There. Tired already,
I can upgrade my armor. Hooray!
Ready to go. Count 0. Kamen Rider Agito.
Bro, why are there so many enemies on the road?
I know, it's insane.
I thought it would be an easy trek back to the keep, but no. Dust, I blame you.
Fine.
Two things to note here. Mac, you were right about the body thing. And two, you cannot use bodies of lizards or anything.
Yeah, it has to be Kif.
I mean, arguably speaking, lizards and animals are kissed too, but tomato, tomato.
Yeah, they just can use the bodies of other dream thralls, so.
Nice work.
Now, what I'm worried about is, obviously we can't kill Sepidol because, you know, that bad. But if we actually free Sepidol and she keeps up with this whole overreacting thing to everyone, that's bad.
Well, lucky she'll have us to try and keep her in check.
We're not gonna be alive forever.
Yeah, but hopefully you will be alive long enough for her to be able to get a handle on her emotions and stuff.
And two, if the whole God War thing is anything to go by that we heard about earlier in the game with the other godlikes, I don't imagine the Envoy lasting long. Because the Envoy isn't immune to the gods like the Watcher is.
Fair. But maybe that's when the Watcher comes into play.
As long as they don't do it like the Veilguard way, I mean fair. Because if they pull out the Watcher like they did with the Veilguard, it's going to flop big time.
Careful, Envoy. Solace is panicking. Something's very wrong.
We need to leave.
And then what? Start all was nothing.
Wait,
You'd think Steel Garou raided Soul's Keep.
that's why now.
How?
He's not the one I'm
Well, I
worried
see a
about.
bunch of people outside Soul's Keep right now.
Oh, I'm already walking in there, but I'm just wondering how though. How would they even get in?
Either that or I think, remember the volcano that
Everyone,
just helped out erupted in anger?
not panic. Simply
Yeah.
exit the key.
I heard mention of one of the people of Yahtzee saying the lava looks like it's rising when I was crossing the bridge of Soul's Keep.
Hey. Gods, that's a lot.
Wait, so is the volcanic activity tearing the
Wonder
keep down?
Valhalla seemed pissed at him.
Don't know.
If he's imprisoned, then I suppose that is the end of it.
Though chances are there's a path underneath the keep that we're probably gonna have to lead the dwarves
Oh
through.
gods, I could kiss you. Where is he? Thirdborn. What an adventure. Thank you for looking into this at all.
By the way, make
I'm
sure to
glad
speak to the
he's going
guard
to be
captain
safe.
and Mina. They want to know about Petru.
Petru had a friend.
Okay.
Apparently, we can still speak to them even here.
Yeah, I already talked to Mina.
Okay. Okay, well, we can talk to Mina. I don't know where the fucking captain is. He's gone, apparently.
Oh, Marius, praise be done. You are
Also, I think the keep is starting to break bit by bit.
Why's everyone running around?
Because there's like,
Seems like it.
yeah, there's debris falling down and
Any
stuff.
minute now, we're going to be flooded. We're evacuating. Kostya's going
Yep,
to open the
Yafu was right.
but they've been disused.
The
for
lava's
so
rising?
long. When Forja erupted, I thought, oh, my boy, I'm so glad you're alive. Unless you have come back to help us, Envoy, I don't have time for you. We're minutes away from being overrun by lava flows. I have to get my people out. You must leave now. We told you, we don't know, and this is hardly the time to be asking.
The Steel Garrote would tell you otherwise. We have reason to believe there's a path under the keep. Be thankful you're talking to us rather than them. They were planning to storm the keep.
They're all dead, by the way. You're welcome.
The Steel Garrote were marching on the keep? How? Why would they think the garden was beneath Solace? He's gone below to open the sluice gates. Nandru designed the gates to direct the lava flows away from the keep, but Forja hasn't awakened in centuries.
Could Kostya have told the Steel Garrote about another entrance to the garden?
No. If such a thing existed, I can't believe it. He wouldn't. We took an oath to Nandru. The garden was our sacred duty, and he betrayed us. I can't believe I didn't see this coming. I was a fool. I have failed my duties. Kostya. I knew he was making overtures, but I didn't think he'd go that far. The ambassador has not responded to Kostya's overtures, has he? I made sure of that when I threw the ambassador's replies in the forge fire.
Hi, Joffrey.
I understand how Kostya
He's
could be tempted by
upstairs.
false notions of freedom and prosperity, but oh, this is entirely too much. How could he have done this? I can't believe Kostya handed the Steel Garrote a secret we protected for hundreds of years. We took Mayu.
Okay, he told me to take it easy on Mina when I talked to her. Or Vina.
I will. Abaddon
But
stay my
I'm unable
tongue if I betray him. But I will.
Whatever.
I will show
I tried to
you
talk to her
Kostya
before
is.
anyway, and she didn't make any mention
If
of
you
it.
find that he's doing anything other than opening the gates that would protect our home from the lava, I would ask that you stop him.
Mihala.
Yeah, I knew lava
Not
was
just to
coming
see
up.
him dead, but if he would risk the keep, then he risks our lives.
God, sleep wouldn't lie to me like
I
that.
cannot suffer those who would harm us to live. Now I must return to the evacuation, and you must go on your way.
Forge Master Della, run!
Let's hope we don't need your wishes. If your arrival is indeed a message from Nandru, I hope he remembers.
He's
his
still
people
selling
well.
it.
I hope he is proud of us. And Marius,
Okay.
make it back to us in one piece.
Let me sell my stuff, I guess.
Assume that's an order, Commandant?
Head through the door in the smithy. You'll find Kostya in the lava tubes beneath the keep. Go now, and go.
Am I able to leave the keep real quick? Because I forgot to
So it's true.
look at the totem.
You have his features.
You forgot to listen to what the
Thank you
totem
for
said.
speaking with me.
Right.
I was hoping to ask a favor of you. There are injured in the room behind me, but
By the
One
way,
would hope
did you
so.
talk
I
to
don't know how to
did you
handle
talk
that.
to the dwarf next to the captain's thing?
What, next to Captain Joffrey?
Anything you could do would be
No,
more
next to his
than
room
generous.
because there's injured people you
I'll
can help.
return if you discover anything that might help.
Oh. Let me go try and help.
Yes. Go ahead. Not hurt. Just feeling unwell. I've been feeling scared. What's going to happen to us? Breathe slowly. Yes. I just need a moment to calm down. Feels like I'm drinking that glass of water.
The flames. Well? Fear? What am I supposed to do about that? Talk? I can certainly do that. What of the other? A vision. Magran be praised.
I was able to help one person, but how do I help the other?
Shock.
You talk to him and then go back to the dwarf.
That's all? I see. Thank you. Talk. Thank you for your help. It's abundantly clear that I have much to learn. I will speak with the council. You didn't have to help.
Ah, yes, 200 gold. I can totally use that. Oh, I can. Okay, I can just teleport back to. Okay, thanks, game.
Go to the ground, see if there's anyone else that can help.
I totally remember the totem, 100%.
Careful with that. We're not even sure what it does, and some of us have to sleep here.
It will sunder all the living lands if we do not put a stop to it.
I know. I felt the lives lost.
Alright, Eothas still has the same voice actor, but Gallowayne, I don't know if it's just because he doesn't have the echoey stuff that he did in 2, but it doesn't sound right.
Fair enough.
Must be kept in balance. This abuse cannot.
It's probably just because with not the echoey thing.
Probably.
It is young, fragile. So were we once. But the kith of the living lands cannot chart their own path if they live in fear of its whims.
Kith have no such resolve. The Akita are a pack without a head. They will not find one in a beast that cannot restrain itself.
It has never had cause to restrain itself. It acts out of fear. If we could temper its... No.
No. What do you mean?
We are too late. I sense a great shift in the Audra. One of our siblings has moved with terrible strength. What have they done?
They made a hunt begin.
It's got a certain charm that...
Oh, talk to Chief Engineer Gabrao on the second floor. He gives you some money for dealing with the Delumgon situation.
And,
I totally need the money, but I'll go there for the dialogue.
Oh, come on. You don't go to the Deadfire and come back with nothing. You are far too interesting to be lacking in stories.
Okay. Okay. There's an establishment in Nekataka called the Wild Mare. I went with some buddies, and after a few drinks, we found ourselves on stage belting sea shanties. We were good enough that we got half the bar to join us, and a few of the newcomers thought we were part of the entertainment. We didn't see any reason to let them down, so it was a good night for everyone.
Oh! How daring. Oh, well, Kai, that should satiate me. For the time being, of course.
Come back anytime.
We should keep feeding the fire. No. Until next time.
Don't mind if I do.
This place may not have... Get some rest, envoy. What do you need? Right. You too.
Give me your health and essence potions. Thank you kindly.
Fixing the aqueduct is all well and good, but how's that gonna help when the keep is sinking?
Make it quick.
Don't know.
Well, you don't pull punches, do you?
That's where the secret path
I guess
is.
that means this posting will be mine for a while now, won't it? Nandru, save us. Thank you for telling me.
Kostyard, you have to answer.
Careful telling Nina. If you tell her at all right? I need all the wardens I can spare.
Mom, Fane,
Oh, gods. Thanks for that, Adiran.
please.
Well, that was all.
What?
Thank you, Mom. Well, I want my mom to turn on ceiling fan.
Flowing once more. And to think you made peace with the Dalangar.
I was getting a bit hot.
When they aren't trying to kill you anyway. I can only hope she'll help us protect the water source
Hey,
and
Rumba.
surrounding fields. As long as that hothead
Well, Max said it, but you're close to the end of Avowed, most likely?
Please, take this. Thank you again for your help.
No?
Perhaps whatever
Said yeah, why?
Once you finish it, orcs must die, now that they added a saving feature.
I don't mind.
I don't know what you mean. I still don't know what you mean by saving feature, by the way.
Neither do I.
I think you're able to save your runs mid-run.
From what it seems like, that's what you're able to do, and the way you get back into it is having all of the people from that save in a group and then loading it.
Take your word for it.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
Why is a sapphire worth more than a diamond? Like, before you say, yes, I know diamonds are worthless and all that, but like, in this universe, they don't know that.
Well,
Prettier.
that, and also
Yep, I
diamonds
agree.
are still more common. Even if they don't
I agree.
know.
Sapphire and emeralds are the best gems.
My birth gem
Jade
is
looks nice.
Peridot.
Is Peridot even a gem? I thought that was. I thought that was technically a rock.
That's a gem. Like a light green gem.
I thought Peridot was red.
No. That's ruby. Or garnet.
I think garnet's purple.
Garnet's now purple.
Okay, Peridot is basically... It's basically emerald light. Honestly, why am I picking up this stuff? This is the end of the game. Why would I need this?
Maybe because it's a place in Galloway's tusks I've never been.
I'll be back.
Spend any more time down here than we have.
Bruh. I'm going to pick up the gear just in case it comes up in a dialogue somehow, but the chances of that seem exceedingly low. Oh yay, beetles! I love beetles. Find anyone else to help in the keep, by the way?
No. You?
Nada. Other than telling the captain about, you know, the old captain.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when it came to the oasis the monk wants you to find, what'd you tell him to do?
Share it. There's no point in keeping it hidden.
I told him to share with the outcast.
This whole place feels like it's gonna come.
Well, I told him to share it with everyone, but yeah. Because here's the thing. That it's going to be found by someone eventually. Regardless of whether he shares it or not.
Yeah.
Can I say I'm relatively annoyed by this plot point? Everyone is saying, oh, everyone is surprised that Kostya is the one who betrayed everyone. And then it's just like, me, Garrus, Marius, Kostya literally tells us, hey, I'm supporting the Steel Garou, and, yeah. Like, we're surprised about this? He told us. I hope you have Eyes of Rim again, because you're gonna need it.
Aye.
Walk across the lava.
If it's food item, then yeah, I have it.
You forgot what Eyes of Rimmergand is?
What, a spell?
Oh, the ice grenade.
Oh, that. Yeah, I have those.
Good, because you're gonna need a lot of them. And by a lot, I mean like 6. Oh man, thanks for the topaz. That's such a nice item.
We need to keep moving if we're gonna catch Kostya.
Really, Marius? I never would have guessed such a thing. It'd be great if there wasn't 1,000 skeletons blocking our way. You know, it's a good thing that these skeletons don't have the immunities from the first 2 games, because then they would be infinitely worse.
Yeah.
Like, just imagine having to pull out a mace every time you reach a skeleton.
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Sepidol, no, no.
What?
Sepidol just said we get wounded, so we wound in return. No. That's not how you do things. It's bad. Who the fuck are you? There's a named skeleton here.
Can you talk to him, or is he fighting you?
He's a boss.
Ah.
Ow.
Died?
I got incapped. So the healing thing doesn't work on skeleton bodies either.
Okay.
Ow. Well, yay, the skeleton is dead. Woo? Question mark?
Wait, didn't want it to die?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know what the point of it is. Oh my god, a bow.
I guess that was the point of it.
That's a kind of a shit bow.
You all can't be winners.
I find it funny you find the best bow in the beginning of the game.
You mean the one you destroyed?
Yep.
Well, now you have the best gun in the game, so...
True. Well, then again, there's an argument to be made that the trick weapon, the trick gun, whatever the fuck it's called.
One last trick?
The one with the... Yeah, that one. The one with the super fast reload. There's an argument to be made that that's better.
Fair enough.
Bro, how did this goddamn dwarf get past all of these fucking skeletons?
Invisibility.
What happened?
Invisibility.
I believe that. Just you awake? Oh, he's still gone somewhere. I'm pretty much just munching through my food supply since I don't really need it no more. Oh man, upgrade material. Yeah, I'm totally gonna be able to use those.
Where's that damn priest?
These bodies are still warm. Cost you
There you are.
recently. We should move.
You mean the one that's healing the boss?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a second boss.
Kostya isn't going to wait around for us.
Can I launch him off a cliff? Nope, he's immune to push. Dead boss. That one was a lot easier than the other one.
Where the frick am I getting hit from? Oh my goodness.
Kostya knew about this. Give me some tickets.
Oh my gosh. And I'm dead. Because the fucking Wraith.
Yep. Not me almost walking off a cliff. Oh boy, a leap of faith. Whee!
Spark. Daylight. Essence we have not felt in centuries.
My brother.
Oh, is this the dwarf guy?
How did you find me here? I have been here for so long. No one came looking. Andrew, you are blessed, my fellow Parkrunan said. But I did not come here to meet Sabadal. I am hiding from them. I remember it all. I feel Sabadal's mind beneath yours, swimming in the deep. You should run. No. Nor will they here, where we are blessedly invisible to them. I pray my soul disintegrates to dust, to tatters. I pray my soul is lost and never found again. True death will be a relief, if it at last allows me to know silence. That was the name they gave themselves, stolen from the ancient souls whose deaths gave rise to them. little more than appendages to them. That is why I must ask you to destroy them.
Say what now?
You have seen them, as I have. Memories of their ancient, chosen children. Rips in the fabric between the here and the beyond that allow the dreams of the dead to leak through. Memories of the Akida. People like you, or I, who loved Sabadal and were betrayed by them. This land was once a jungle, rich, alive. I saw it through their
Can I get his attention? Thank you.
The people tried to look after themselves, to rely less on Sabadal, but to be relied upon was all
There, no more wraiths, so no more summons.
They felled a tree, and for that slight, Sabadal turned their world to ash, ignited the breath in their lungs, and made their people into dust. Sabadal burned the world, and the people who revered them suffered for it. So that I would be confronted every day with what our God had done. So that I would not grow weak and give in. So that I would not go to them and do what they have asked of you. So that I would never set them free. No, their final death came later. A gift to the Akida from the true gods, who wished to bring their children back to them. Back to her. The rightful queen. She is the center. The center of everything. Anything that lives can be made dead. Even
Incorrect.
a soul comprised of 1,000,000 souls can be compelled to rot. The true gods have waited centuries to help us. You, my brother, who are more brave than I, go now to the garden and hang the gardener from their tree.
Didn't think I would need one of those, but okay.
Or what?
One of the drinks to increase your stats.
Mm.
The spark. Then
I think you should. That was never what they. And indeed, I would have killed them. Stolen from we.
Ancient alacrity.
So that I. You. You are bound as they are bound, godlike. Your soul is strong, but it is not your own. Why free them when they will never free you? Ah, you know, I always meant to die down here, siphon my soul into a lonely pillar, disconnected from the stone that makes our world. Disconnected from them. I only hope that Sapadal releases you to the same long peace. It is only a door, carved and boarded by my own rough hand. It knew me. It will know you, because the same thorn tears at us both. I do not know my end. In that I find a peace beyond any even the true gods can dream of.
Still waiting for when I have to use 6 iron grinds.
Oh, you already passed it.
Destroy them, brother. And when you see Boudica, tell her I said hello.
If you mean to get to the other side of a lava river, all I had to do was jump.
This time seemed different. Uncle, you alright? We lost you. But not like before.
That was an interesting conversation.
Costume's already proven himself an enemy of Solace. Whatever you choose to do with him after we stop him is fine with me.
Sluice gates are just ahead. Costume's probably already there. Let's move. Lava's high. Gotta hurry.
I'm not sure what to make of that conversation.
Good, you're here.
Oh, he has friends. Of course he does.
Help me destroy the switch. We can't risk someone turning and opening the gates. If the keep falls so that we might live, so be it. I figured you might have. Bloodthirsty. You people just can't help yourselves. Me, specifically? No. I only provided them access to material from the living archives. The books and records that the novice brought to them were what revealed the secret. By the way, is that novice still alive? I see. And what of the Steel Garrote? Should I assume they're all dead as well? Guilty as charged. I was the one guiding Dona. Mihala's sin is that despite her preoccupation with traditions and oaths, she has no curiosity.
This plot point is falling flat when they literally told us what this guy was doing before. Come on now.
I had all the time to figure out what books I needed to acquire for the Steel Garrote. Then I had Dona, our young novice, steal them from the archives for the Steel Garrote. I assume you didn't let the Steel Garrote or the Inquisitor survive their search. I could have used them. I could have fixed everything. But you've done me a favor in a way. So long as the keep stands, my people are trapped here, doomed by an oath to a dead man.
No one should be bound to a pile of stones. Certainly not because of a centuries-old oath.
Our people were nomads for ages until we built the keep. When it falls, we'll be free to explore the world again. I will not watch my people rot here for the sake of a pointless oath. Then my conviction only grows stronger, Envoy. Nandru never wanted what was best for us. He built us a tomb and abandoned us to it.
Actually, now that I've spoken to a character I'm not going to name, who provided a very interesting point, Kostia's kind of right, though. You know, the whole bound by oath thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not saying he should blow up the fucking keep and everyone in it to get us to stop believing in the oaths, but the oath thing is right.
Do not speak his name to me as if it could mean anything to you.
Yeah.
Ha! Finally! Proof she's got a spy.
Borrowed in.
Well, Envoy, now's your chance. Are you going to be a good little minion and do as she asked? Or will you let me save my people from themselves?
Ah, crap, priest.
That's
No.
a point. But it's not worth
Screw off,
letting Sol's
priest.
fall to prove it.
You, of all people, are speaking in favor of the suffocating grasp of tradition.
I'm talking about not destroying our ancestral home just because you don't like Nandru. You're just as blinded by those traditions as Mihala. Have the courage to leave if you want, but don't force everyone else to.
A life for rubble, blood for the prison of old.
Yet again, just like the Lodwin choice from earlier, this choice is stupid. Why would we blow up a rock to get away from
Stand
tradition?
down, Kostya. This just isn't your day.
So be it. And you are so close. The entrance to the garden is just beyond this door. I always knew it would come to this.
Except this rock has tons of normal people in it instead of zombies.
Take your best shot.
See!
I'm assuming someone's trying to get you to blow the keep.
Yeah, I'm sure you can guess who. He kind of told us what he was doing earlier.
Kostya.
Yep.
I mean, Kostya, I was on board with opening the Solus Keep to outside help, but I'm not for destroying it and letting the Lodwin take over the place.
Yeah, it's just like, bro.
You went to an extreme for something that didn't need an extreme.
I agree that the whole oath thing is stupid, but that's it. We don't need to blow up a building to get that point across.
It's done. Solus is safe. Thank the gods. Well, that's that.
Well, that entire thing was, questionable. Oh. That's where the fucking bruh.
But
That's where the goddamn fucking, fast travel thing was. It's at the end of the dungeon.
In this dungeon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel crazy saying this, but Kostya was right. We should have let Solace Keep fall.
Crazy is one word for it. You really think you can just burn down someone's ancestral home?
Dearie, the keep isn't a home. It's a prison. And now the Pargrunen will never escape.
I believe it's remember myself so make
Solace is
good
my home.
bit
I still don't get why any of you feel like you
good
can
goes
say
to
it
go that
is.
I believe it's around then myself to make so the bit
Because I
girls want
chose
to dance myself
Kostya
so.
doesn't get to make that decision
Yes.
for everybody.
If Kostya doesn't,
Keep looking for my new lead single is called myself so. Myself so makes so the bit girls want to dance take off their
You're right there.
I'm fine.
Exactly.
the Pargrunen have always had the choice to leave. And we've seen very few take it, dear.
You saw how hard it was for Amalia and her people to leave. They were only allowed to because you found an extraordinary loophole. If anything, I imagine Mihala and her traditionalists will only make it harder to leave now. You know your own mind. There's something to be said for that.
True. And you've a date with the gods soon. We can only hope that you'll make better decisions.
Enough talking in circles. Let's save our strength for the garden.
Yachtley, if you weren't an old woman who'd crumple under pressure, I'd slap you for that comment.
A long rest. And I'm betting the envoy could too.
I know, I'm excited too, dearie. But we need our beauty sleep, don't we?
Envoy? You're probably here to see
I'm surprised you have Yahtzee with you.
Well, I'm doing great.
I don't.
Always
It was
knew
a
my home
camp
would destroy itself from
conversation.
within.
Oh.
I just never thought I'd get a chance to stop it. Ha! A statue of me next to Nandru, rolling my eyes and drunk on Wodak. But enough of that. You have a lot to do, and I'm right behind you. Right, changing the subject. Until next time.
What's...
How is it that the... Good luck finding a soft spot to bed down.
Let me think. What's wrong, Marius? Your left eye is twitching like you've got something to say.
Right. Well, I just... You know, with your family and all that, I was thinking just that I feel like I can relate is all.
Ah, I just figured it out.
Figured out what?
Why I feel so connected to you. Death makes orphans of us all. When it comes for our family, we have to learn how to grieve. And we do it alone. I think that's part of why I became an animancer.
Nandru?
I could study death on my terms. But the grief is always there. Like
Did you talk to Chap Spirit as well?
And I'll bet you
Yeah.
did too.
Oh.
I generally eat 5 meals a day. Seeds and roughage, but I guess grief comes along now and again. Anyway, I guess I understand what you feel.
He gives a point that I don't understand the meaning of.
All I wanted to say.
For what it's worth, I wish
Although,
we didn't have so much
he is
in common.
partially accurate given what we've seen via the memories.
Me too.
Right. Fuck.
I'm starting to suspect that every single leader in the Living Lands is incompetent. Truly. Is there no vetting process? Hopefully those in Solace Keep will choose their leaders with more care in the future. But we should check on Marius. I'll make him some soothing perfume, but I think a few words from you would help too. Lovely. Another point in your favor, Envoy. I do not envy the Pargrunen in any case. Meeting that council gave me a new appreciation for Vidaru.
It is their infection.
Balls. What a
Yeah, I
nightmare.
know.
We're losing focus on the important things.
Pretty late on
Things
that,
like the
buddy.
garden. Oh, come on, Envoy, let's get going. How can I help? I'm starting to suspect that truly, but why would I be mad at you consigning a people to a lifetime imprisoned by their traditions and literal stone walls? Well, that doesn't sound like me at all. I do not envy meeting that. Oh, come out. Tired already, Envoy?
I must admit, I had my doubts about Solace. It was like a dungeon, except the wardens were the prisoners. You could have helped Kostya destroy the keep, but you left it standing. Why? I agree. A decision like this belongs to the community, not the ambitions of one man. Even if Solace isn't going anywhere, I think your arrival was a sign of changes to come. Wherever you go, you break people out of their habits. You banish the old ways. Or perhaps you don't give yourself enough. Wherever that power comes from, whether it's your heritage or political status, it's a terrible burden. I don't envy you, but at least you keep things interesting. Pleasant dreams.
I'm blacked out at that Audra and the lava tubes beneath Solace, but it seemed different somehow. Right. I actually believe you. This is madness, Envoy. You spoke to the founder of Solace. Well, that's not what I was expecting. People in Solace always claim they're speaking the word of Nandru. And here you are, actually hearing from the man. Doesn't even really matter what he said if you ask me. There are hundreds of Pargrunen who'd give anything to hear Nandru's voice.
That's an understatement.
Impressive is what that is. Envoy? If I must.
Let me get this straight. You spoke to the spirit of Nandru, a godlike, same as you. What did he say? Any advice? Any words of encouragement? Oh. I take it that wasn't what you expected. I should have seen this coming. Never listen to the dead. They're cynical, full of regret, and determined to make us all miserable. Thankfully, you're still alive. Fate is in your hands. What happened to Nandru was ages ago. Plenty of time to reconsider one's choices. No one is closer to Sapodal than you are. Nandru lost that privilege when he died, which means you alone can judge the god of the living lands. Your opinion is the one that counts. A caged animal lashes out at friend and foe alike. For what it's worth, I think you're going to be fine. No matter what you do about Sapodal, it can't get any worse. I wish I could say the same for the living lands.
Giada, it could get way worse. Have you heard of this god? He's called Rimmergand. He makes things worse all the time.
But who makes things worse?
Rimmergand.
Oh. Sorry, Kostya, but I'm not letting you kill people.
I don't know if killing people is the accurate word, given that Solus Keep was evacuated, but that's irrelevant. That's a moot point.
What happened at Diren? Is everyone all right? It doesn't matter. An oath is an oath. I swore it, and so did my people. Tell me about the keep instead.
Want to know what's funny?
Oh.
It's still giving me the option to destroy the winch.
Yeah.
I don't care, Envoy.
Comes with a scarf,
Keep your
comes with your
blasphemies to
shoes.
yourself. Tell me about the keep. Thank you. I
I still find it funny when you went, fuck the keep!
I've returned.
Oh my god, it's alive.
I was doing
He
things.
lives!
Have you finished yet?
After
Oh.
everything that has happened, I can't help but wonder
But
if
why?
perhaps Kostya was right. Here. I once was this
Open the
artifact's
sluice gates.
custodian,
Aid the
but I
evacuation.
failed in protecting the keep. This belongs to one who has proven
You said you were
capable
close to
of
finishing
guiding
it.
people.
Close doesn't mean right at the end.
I wish so much that things had gone differently. Marius, could I speak to you?
Right, did she just ask that? Or am I having another nightmare? Good. Let's save the hugs and tears for another time. Okay, let's hear it.
I'm so glad you're safe and that you're surrounded by good people.
Mahala said, blah, blah, blah. Mahala was told everything bad that happened, and she's like, I don't care, tell me if the keep is okay. Bruh.
Waiting for the butt.
There's no but waiting. That's all I wanted to say. Truly. I am genuinely happy you found friendship, Marius. You always deserved more than the world gave you. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, you've always given me more than I deserved.
It was a true thing.
She gave me an item. How useless is this item? That's actually not a bad item. Too bad I don't use shields. If you like shields, you'll like the item you get from that quest.
Do I climb the ladder to get to Mihala?
Yeah. You have to go out there, unlock the fast travel point, and then fast travel to Solus. Or should I say, fast travel to the camp, talk to your companions, and then go to Solus by walking.
Okay.
The entrance was right here, bruh.
Closer. We have waited so long.
Well, this is it, I guess. Feels very different from the last time I left Galawain's tusks. I will say, it's nice to look out and see Solace still standing. Thanks for that. Right. It's better that an Adiran envoy do it.
Solace is still standing. And so are you. We're in this together.
Just so you know, Kai, it's starting to sound like you like me.
If you happen to need a reminder, do let us know. Brooding in silence can be quite the mood killer.
Not to spoil the moment with good news, but I doubt the rest of the island has been quiet while we've been looking for the garden. Things have only gotten more tense since Fior, and the Steel Garrote probably hasn't been doing us any favors on that front.
Especially when they're led by a woman who doesn't seem interested in staying dead. Not to mention, after we take care of the Envoy's little god problem, we'll still have an empire bearing down on us.
You know, just a point here. I'm surprised that Lodwyn didn't mention getting killed by the Watcher. Neither did anyone else.
Yeah.
We should be so lucky.
Can't say I'm too excited about just walking into the garden. I grew up learning I needed to protect that place, but it never felt like more than a children's tale to me.
I hear you. This island is weird enough when all we have to worry about are vengeful plans and soul-altering corruption.
Am I the only one who's looking forward to the garden? We're pioneers, stepping into the great unknown, a land of mystery.
We have to remember to love them in spite of their lack of proper enthusiasm, dearie.
Death is always certain. It's only a question of timing. I have a theory about the garden, or a warning, depending on how you want to look at it. Sapadal has been imprisoned a long time. The garden will be a reflection of their dreams, their nightmares, their madness.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw visions or hallucinations, and not even the fun kind.
Sanity won't get us through the garden. Madness opens the mind to discovery. So madness is what we need right now. Before we go any further, I have to ask you something. You told the Inquisitor that you intend to free Sapadal, set them loose upon the world. Is that still the plan? You're not the only one. Sapadal is responsible for the spiritual health of the living lands, and the island has suffered for it. No matter what the Inquisitor said, I don't believe there's a right or wrong choice to make here. Just the one you believe in. Putting an end to Sapadal's imprisonment, one way or another. Remember, we're stepping into a realm that is both physical and spiritual in nature. If you can call it nature. There's no telling how long we'll be gone. For all we know, time could run backwards in the garden.
Not a chance. We're a crew now, so you're stuck with me until the end. Marius?
I told you I'd be with you till the end. I don't go back on my promises. What about you, Giada?
You're not going into the garden without me. I have to see this with my own eyes. Yatsli, if you feel like running back to Quilici, now would be the time. No one would think less of you.
And tell Quilici that I missed out on the most exciting part.
And you don't have to. We pull together, and that's plenty.
I plan on wandering the garden whether I'm traveling with you or not. I have to find out what the big deal is.
Agreed. I'm not waiting in camp while the rest of you have all the fun. Hope to see you out there, Marius.
Well, let's go then. We can't keep your god waiting.
Technically, we can keep her waiting, and that's what we have been doing.
Boy, what do you need?
Just besides the point.
You too.
When you find Sapadal, I hope you tell him how much I love what they've done with this place. And you've got to enjoy it where you can find it. Besides, as divine prisons go, I can imagine much worse. And Sapadal definitely isn't docile. Not from what we saw on Mount Forja, or outside the ruins of Nakukubel. I've heard that one before. Usually before a lot of tears, a lot of drinks, and a lot of, I should have known better. Still, you taught me that a person can grow beyond their flaws. Why wouldn't the same be true of a god? I hope you're right, because we are all in trouble if you're wrong. You know, if Sapadal were only a smuggler, assassin, or bandit, I'd be right there with you. But knowing they could end us all with a temper tantrum puts things in perspective. I guess we've all got our limits. And I don't envy you having to deal with a loose cannon of a god. But I envy even less the mess you're going to have if, I mean, when, we escape this place. While we're tracking down your god, things are heating up between your Adiran comrades and the locals. A lot of people aren't going to make that distinction. Especially when your Ambassador Heelguard hosted Ludwig in Paradis for as long as her assistance was convenient. You may have averted the attack on Fjord, but this is one situation where it's the thought that counts. And yeah, I know that's on the Steel Garrote, but it's not lost on anyone that your people despise animancy. Not when Heelguard banned the practice in Paradis.
All of my armor is at least legendary now. And weapons.
Same.
Oh, I wish I were finished. You helped Ludwig destroy Nakuku Bell.
So, counselor shoes.
Most people don't give a tarnished skate for godless ruins. They'll see
2 max
that as a
distance,
powerful
3 dex,
demonstration of
25%
siege
dodge
weaponry.
distance. And garb.
One thing I've learned about war. Strife and distance have a way of reducing nuance. All anyone else is gonna see is a threat display. On the doorstep of the Living Land's best cannoneers, no less. And then there's Solace. You might have saved the keep, but no one's gonna talk about the disaster that didn't happen. They're gonna talk about why Mount Forja erupted after all this time. I don't think anyone else is going to understand the indirectly. Fairly or not, a lot of blame's gonna be laid at Adir's door. And if I had to guess, I don't think Heelguard's been helping matters while you've been out here.
Probably not, Garrus.
If and when we get out of here, we're walking into a powder keg. And you'll have to choose a side. That's the part I don't envy. I admire your principles, but don't underestimate what they could demand of you. Look, I've been there. I fought for Rauatai's interest in the Deadfire for longer than I like to admit. I lost my stomach for it eventually. That's how I wound up here.
Well, no shit, Garrus. Rauatai was... There was no nuanced opinion in Deadfire. Rauatai was literally 100% in the wrong. They were fucking maniacs.
I will tell you now. I never could have fought...
But he was part of Rauatai.
Yes, and he hated
I
it.
hope that's not what it comes down to. But I'll understand if that's a line you can't cross. I don't mean to burden you. It's late, and you've still got a god to face. Just know that whatever you choose, I'll fight alongside you. I'm with you to the end.
Pop the bubbles, pop, pop, pop. Pop the bubbles, pop, pop, pop.
Oh.
No matter what. Hey, it's not like you could possibly make the mess we're in worse, right? Anytime. Good night, Envoy. I've heard of strange colors in the sky, and weeks of twilight in the white that wins. Try to get some rest.
Kai?
You rest.
God damn it.
Good. Now, as I was saying... Kai, darling.
Milady.
Next time we fight some beetles, would you mind?
I'll take care of the claws so they don't snag your outfit. I noticed you mending some tears the other day.
I couldn't love you more. Thank you, dearie.
You restless too? I barely plan further than the next meal, and you're asking me? I don't know, Envoy. I just try to take each day and each battle as it comes. And you can see where that's gotten me. But I think it's possible to be too prepared. That's a better way of putting it. You know what all of us think by now. Ultimately, you're the one who has to decide what to do with Sapado and where your loyalties lie. My advice? Get a good night's rest, and when the moment comes, follow your instincts. And I stand by it. Next time you need to find a bakery, I'm your man. You're the one who founded God's prison. I hear you, though. It's easier to give that advice than to take it. But look at it this way.
Where's it, Mr. Bam?
Whatever you choose, you'll end the dream
Laughing at
scourge,
what Garrett
and you'll
said.
give the living
Oh.
lands a future. And I'd wager that's better than where we are now. I don't know, Envoy, but I think you my and rest while you can. We're almost at the end of this.
So, this is it. The spiritual epicenter of the living lands. Where it all began. And where it all ends. For so
Behala.
long I have looked out on a horizon full of possibilities. Now that it's here, I'm too scared to breathe. Why am I so anxious? You may be right. When I gave up, I stopped worrying so much. And now that we're here, it's obvious I don't know what I want anymore. Do you remember when Manto Pastor sent you after the heart of an Adragan? That was nothing compared to this. We are standing in the beating heart of the living lands. Just imagine what we can do with it.
Giada, you're speaking crazy now.
Animancers don't ask why. We ask
Bastion of Solace.
My parents were going to build a better world for Animancers. That dream was their legacy to me. You and I have come farther than they did. To an impossible place where anything can happen. Anything. I'll try to remember that. I don't know what's going to happen, but you've had my back since the beginning. I won't forget it. Well, that depends. I know a few spooky stories about the living lands. They may or may not have anything to do with the garden.
Okay, but if something goes bump in the night, I'm waking you up.
Let me think of a good one. There are so many, I can't decide. Which do you want to hear first? I know one about a ranger's dream, one about a haunted well, and one about a golden city.
And you are right, Mr. Bam. I am using the Bastion of Solace.
Many years ago, when Fior Messiverno was barely a dot on the map, an Animancer got lost in the wilderness. He came upon a pair of ancient trees, their trunks and branches intertwined. A strange light shone in the space between the trees, and beyond that light, a city of gold. So the Animancer returned with an axe to chop the trees apart and fit his body through the narrow gap.
Now, let's go to the garden.
The towers of the golden
Yes,
city
I've already
fell.
talked to my companions.
The walls crumbled. The lights flickered
You'll
out.
need to do so again when you get there.
By the time he made it through, there was nothing left. Only the bones.
Well, when I get to the garden,
mighty civilization. As for the
was
two
the garden
trees,
a new area?
they were dead. Hacked to splinters.
I think so. I haven't
leaving
gone
no
past
path
the camp
back
thing yet.
The way he came. Who
I am
said it was true?
proceeding.
It's very strange. I can't remember who told me that story, and no one claims to have heard it before. Of course. Which one did you... One sunny day, a ranger took a nap in the woods of Emerald Stair. He awoke to a forest of dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal, but the settlement was gone. In its place was the most beautiful garden, hills bursting with flowers, the grass as soft as Valian silk. Enchanted by this vision, he bent to pick a rose, but its thorn cut like a knife, severing 3 fingers. Then, a voice filled his head, shouting, "Go now, before the land takes you, body and soul." He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his 2-fingered hand. It's nonsense, of course, but that's why I like it. Of course. Once upon a time, a young girl left town to fetch water from the local well. After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head of a Delimgan, one of the tree folk, staring at her from the bucket. "Return me to my grove," it said, "and I will grant you 3 wishes." So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish. Second, she wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally, she wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again. All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing, next to an old stump.
I was expecting a tree.
Very perceptive. What do you think it is? I have my own opinion, but I'm curious about yours. That is true of many places, not just the living lands. These stories might not shine any light on the garden, but they could inform the way we think about it. First, the garden is beyond all mortal understanding. If you think you're safe here, you're not. And second, when you walk into the unknown, make sure to bring a friend. Life is full of such contradictions. I say it's better to acknowledge them rather than pretend they don't exist. Hey, you're a good listener. Not everyone has the patience to hold their questions to the end. Alas, that is all I can tell you about the garden. For now, at least. Who could rest at a time like this?
I'm starting to suspect that truly, hopefully, but... Well, of course, I'm not... But those poor Pargrunen are, I think, getting... meeting... How can... Always...
Really? Yachtley has nothing... Okay.
On point. What do you need?
Neither does Mari. Okay.
Let me think. Does anyone want to share a scary story?
No.
Gods no.
Why not? We've got everything we need. Crackling campfire, foreboding ambiance.
I actually need to get some rest tonight. I'd rather not spend the whole night screaming in my sleep.
Well, I liked Giada's story.
Thank you, Yardsley. I suppose I owe the rest of you an apology. I didn't mean to frighten anyone.
Your stories are very good. They're just feeling a little too close to reality right now.
I'll try and think of something more pleasant then. Like a mouse and a rabbit going on pathetic little adventures.
Giada, stop being offended that people are annoyed with your stories. This place looks way bigger than I was expecting it to. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Just, you awake in there?
Yeah.
You haven't been saying anything.
Well, I haven't had the need to, and I'm farming for organ cells.
Going this way.
You're supposed to speak words. This place is way bigger than I thought it would be, by the way. This bear be tanky.
We got them all.
Oh, hey, Tane's here, and Glenn. Okay, why?
Yep, two, Mom.
What's it, Tam?
Of course, these two chuckle fucks are here somehow. I would expect nothing less.
Is he really an archmage? I get the feeling I'd actually like him. I can't tell what's real anymore.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Garrus. Everyone loves Tane. He's the only archmage that is tolerable. The rest of them are completely insane.
did I know I'd be jumping into a giant pool of water today?
We... Okay, this place might not be as big as I initially thought it was.
Envoy, what do you need? Until next time.
Was it not Marius who had something to
You
say?
restless too? Night, Envoy.
Envoy, I've long imagined what the garden could look like, but... even all the depictions I've seen in all the ruins, they didn't do it justice. And that's not even counting all the little surprises we've gotten. And you! You're on the way to meet your god. Years of being an unclaimed godlike. And now, it feels like a typhoon of
I'm listening to ghost stories Jad is
I've
telling
yet to catch my breath.
about the garden.
There are even
They're very on the
floating
nose.
sky islands. How are you staying so calm? Oh, you hide it masterfully, dearie. Just be sure to remember everything we see. I'll want to pick your brain later. True. With everything shifting, it may not be accurate long. Still, what an artifact. A map of the garden by the last Tibaru Sanakis. This place is... it's more than I could have ever dreamed. I know we have to find your god and figure out what to do with them, but... oh, I almost feel like I could stay here forever. Well, perhaps Quilici and I could move in here. Surely, he'd see the possibilities. Still, I just... oh... it's breathtaking here. And think how much I could learn here. Pockets of time in the lives of the Akita are here, and... oh, but we've not even gotten to the end yet. We haven't seen everything. Let's get moving. There's
Yachtsley is like a... bleh. Yachtsley is like a kid in a candy store.
We really must... don't let the bedbugs bite you, dearie.
Let me guess.
I think Mom's calling me. I'll be back.
I don't know what I expected. Everything here feels wrong. As if we're standing in the eye of a storm. Can you feel it? Essences radiating from the very stones on which we walk. This is a place of power, forgotten by time. We are insignificant by comparison. Does that answer your question? Good, because I'm not sure any of that made sense. One word of advice: trust nothing you see or hear.
Of course
We
not.
know this is happening in your head. Or better yet, in mine. Not before I've done some reading.
Well then. I just realized that's Pelagina, isn't it? That outfit, I mean. Alright, I'm gonna take a guess and say... that's Eder. That's Pelagina. That's Aloth. Who's Marius's outfit?
A breath held. Trepidation. You are close, yet distant still. Your soul is small, The essence weighs like the sea on your chest. We feel the pressure, darkness, yet somehow strengthened resolve. We wonder. We did not foresee this. You have defied our expectations at every turn. Perhaps we should not have been. The sky is green. The fish breathes air. We can no longer imagine. We would run, roll with the tide, sink our fingers into new earth.
That last part is a concerning statement.
In the fields, lift the hills gently in our hands. Disturb the dirt, but spare the blooms. Shake the roots slowly. Vengeance denied, squandered. This cannot be.
Eh?
We spoke of flowers. We speak of freedom when the hand still clasps around our throat. Wake now. Find us.
That doesn't bode well. Don't like that.
There's sweet dreams on board.
I'll take the... Until next time.
Envoy, what do you need? If I must.
You rest. Try to get some rest.
Alright, huh?
What do you... Let's... The only one we... I don't know. She's not so bad. She keeps saying... But other than that... Thanks for talking.
Okay, I guess that's it. Alright, well there's definitely a bug.
Yes, I'm all right.
What do you mean?
It says that Marius has something to say, yet when I talk to him, he has nothing to say. So there's a bug.
I see the disciple has found his way into the cell.
Oh, Wodok is back.
Clarion Steel, we know this voice. Why is she here?
It seems I was not clear enough when I last spoke with you.
Yes, definitely not.
Out. Her voice pierces our skin.
Look at this place. A quagmire of your parasite's worst instincts. Can you even begin to grasp the forces that you tamper with? Apparently, I must. The situation is worse.
Yes,
than I
always
could
explain with the most information you can.
Do you think you're special, with your god's thorn in your side? Do you believe you can hold dominion over chaos itself? When even the collective fury of the real gods could only confine the sniveling creature to this wasteland.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Who else would have the strength?
It is true. She twists the knife. The seas run red with memory.
In time, the gods felt the wretched powers seeping through this land. Its madness would consume us all if it was not contained. chaos is a blight. It must be scourged before it spreads. A pity that its followers could not be reasoned with. The poor godless, worshipping the very thing that subsumed them.
Yeah, but that sentence right there in itself is a contradiction based on what we know of the wheel. So Wodaka's lying. At least on that
We
part.
could not excise the rot and spare the roots that nourished it. A regrettable consequence of a necessary war. I have no time for the lamentations of heretics.
Why does our prison not protect us? Help us! Silence her!
Listen to its tantrum. It knows neither order nor sense. Adir is the only thing holding back the tide of entropy. I refuse to even dignify that with a response. But there is still time. You can succeed where Ludwig failed. Face your false god and end its reign of terror permanently.
Wodaka has a point, and that worries me. Both of them are wrong, both of them are right. But you can't kill a god, though. On one hand, I want to agree with Wodaka. On the other hand, I don't.
The choices are yours, and yours alone.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's not our choice. Like, the game presents it as our choice, but in the long run, the Envoy has little to no say in it whatsoever. Because, as far as I'm aware, in this universe, gods can't die. Quote, quote. And just slapping it in the face to piss it off would only make you more mad.
I mean, Eothas gets
What?
slapped in the face.
Yes, but he didn't die. And Eothas doesn't care about getting slapped in the face. Eothas would take the slap into the face and just say, thank you. But,
Oh, you managed to hurt me. Maybe I should rethink on what I'm doing.
Exactly. That's pretty much the entirety of this fucking second game. But that leads me to my next point. Like, Sepidal seems to... I'm also saying this based on what I've seen in the garden so far. Sepidal is prone to being tantrumed. Having tantrums. Saying things she doesn't mean. Or supposedly doesn't mean.
Well,
That's worrying for the people.
technically she's still a kid, didn't get a chance to grow, so.
Yeah, but this isn't a moral decision. This is a, if you free a god, it could end up like Rimmergan's situation.
Oh, I found a letter from Tane.
Like that letter. Because remember, Sepidal murdered a whole bunch of people for cutting down a tree.
What?
And you don't remember? You don't remember the memory with the tree?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
She murdered a civilization of people because they cut down a tree.
Wasn't that tree the one they were using to, like, give her offerings and stuff?
No, it was the one that she was using to give them food. Or other some such, whatever you picked.
Well, cutting down that tree that she was using to help them made it seem like they were pretty much infusing her. The whole bite the hand and feed you thing.
Oh, absolutely. That's a constant. That's a constant, like, you know, a thing that happens with every god in this game.
Honestly, I think she was kind of justified with that, because I'm sure
Murdering a whole civilization for cutting down a tree.
Think of it this way: if you have an apple in your hand and you give it to someone and they cut your hand off, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, but that was a tree.
That was a part of her.
What? No, it was something she created. There's a difference. What is part of the gods in the living lands, or specifically Sepidal in this case, is the Adra.
Well, think of it this way: they spat in her face when they cut down the tree.
Oh yeah, that's a constant thing that happens in the Pillars of Eternity all the time.
So she had to crash out.
If you piss off Hylia, she sends birds to shit on your ship. If you piss off Rimmergand, he ends you in all of your friends' existence just because it's funny.
Hmm.
Like, what about this?
It is tethered.
What does Wodenka say about that?
Only you can siphon its essence into yourself.
That doesn't make any sense. If that was possible, many godlikes would have done that before. That doesn't make any sense.
Hmm. I don't like the OD skeleton spawned when I read that letter.
Well, given that it was Tane, I have a feeling those skeletons were to make the other archmage annoyed.
Maybe.
If we're talking about the moral choice, setting Sepidal free is the obvious answer. But past the morality of freedom, it could be horrendous. And, you know, the whole thing of, I don't believe gods can die, especially with what Woduka just said, doesn't make any fucking sense.
I'm going all in on freeing her.
I'm probably going to do the same too, but still, talking about it is important.
Yeah.
With what Woduka just said, if we're going by a technicality, that means the Watcher could have killed Bareth.
Yeah.
Because the Watcher is tied to Bareth. And vice
Hi,
versa.
random dream thrall elder black bear. Where the heck did you come from?
Oh, wait a minute. Well, no, Mac, you were right.
What?
The living lands is Sepidal's Titan, right? I forgot about that. The tree.
Yeah, they the example I gave of them cutting your hand off when you're trying to give them an apple was correct.
Yep, because the gods can feel their titan's pain. Whether they die from it or not is no, because you know the second game, but they can still feel the fucking.
Yeah, so that's why I say it was justifiable crash out. If they don't want her and refuse her gift, then they don't deserve to be with her.
I don't agree with that per se, but cutting off a titan's body part doesn't seem right.
It's not.
Very well. I cannot force.
If you left you alone but went on their merry way, then she probably would have still let them live, even if they have nothing to do with her. But nope, they actively basically attacked her. So
yeah, I'm gonna go all out on the freedom part. For better or worse, it's the only option. Because if what Wodaka said is even partially true, that implies that the Watcher could very well kill Bareth. Or technically Eosis too. But no. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
More carefully before you broke your oath to the Empire. Let this be a lesson to you.
Never understood Wodaka's appeal.
I still find it funny I'm still getting like superb gear when I'm in like a full legendary place. Like, give me legendary stuff by now.
For real. Also, just a note, there's going to be a bug a little bit ahead.
Okay.
I have a bug that says Marius wants to talk, yet he doesn't have anything to say. So once you get to camp and talk to everyone, check if he has anything to say again.
Okay. Yes, huge symbol of Marius wanted to talk.
Yeah, I tried twice to talk to him and he didn't say anything, so I'm assuming it's a bug.
The way to go is down. Did
you die?
No. When I jumped into the water, he obviously just randomly yelled, "Cannonball!" I was not expecting that at all, so you can see her caught me off guard to laugh.
Agreed.
Did you know there's a path under the water, or something you can get open with Kai's thing?
I did not. What is there?
I'll check now.
I can't go back anyway, but I'm still curious to what's there.
And you said you explored.
This is the end of the game. Looking for weapons is irrelevant. We have our fancy fucking mithril sword and my fancy fucking gold book. I don't need anything else.
This is the one time I can't make Kai use it. Well, I can't even do it from this side anyway, because I'm in the water.
Can you throw a grenade at it?
No.
Oh, I have to fight one of the... Oh, no.
You have to fight what?
No. Remember those robots?
Yeah.
Male folk? Yeah.
Male folk. Did you mean mage folk?
Meg full. The robots. Ow! I got instantly killed. It shot me, I died.
Male folk sounds like freaking. Sounds like you trying to take up Lady Dimitrescu's way of speaking, man thing. that we're trying to do man thing.
Ow, robot hurt. Big, ow.
Direct.
Dead.
Glad that's over.
Hey, Marius.
I'm gonna take a guess and say that I would not have needed to fight that if I had it, if I agreed with Vodka.
Most likely. Alright, sure as Marius, it wanted to talk you to or Yatsley, because I'm getting dialogue with Yatsley.
Right?
Yeah, it showed Marius, but but Yatsley was the one who spoke.
Why is this? They're dead. Like it just happened.
I've returned.
Like I remember.
It lives.
This is the moment I found you, bundled and crying.
No, we're not done yet.
While our parents died.
Viate.
I figured.
You're not here.
Oh,
You can't
lovely
be
hallucinations.
I am dead, Viate, from the Dream Scourge. We are in the garden. As strange as this seems, it is normal here. What I am now is much better than what I was becoming then. That much is certain.
I have faced this already. Why force me to do it again? Then for the god's sake, what is it? I am exhausted, Viate.
Jed, the dead screwed me over out of a relationship with you. I gotta go with Kai.
This is my
Garrus is
memory.
better anyway.
When everyone died, and I found you back in your tent. How much of this do you remember?
I need my Animancer waifu.
Garrus is everyone's spiky boyfriend.
We dealt with Razvan.
Spiky alien boyfriend.
Was coming to him.
Yes. He is here as well. I don't think he particularly wanted to see you. Sapadal wants to understand. They know your envoy very well, but not the people next to them.
Dream dialogue. What's up, Adele?
Oh, these aren't hallucinations.
We dealt with Razvan. We avenged our parents' deaths.
Mac, just a quick heads up for that conversation with Sepidal. You only have one question, not multiple.
Then maybe it was I who needed to speak with my Viate. With a clear mind this time. Even when we were children, you kept me alive, first by needing my protection, and then by being who you turned out to be. When you left Solace, it was like I lost more than my best friend. I lost my need to live.
What question do you ask them?
And I'm not sure
What it's going to do when it's freed.
What did he say?
She's going... basically, in layman's terms, she's going to be exploring the world and being very careful. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
I'm gonna ask what she really wants.
Tell me the answer.
A question like the ocean. What is wanting? What is what? And what if you could have anything you wanted? Is that simpler? We would run, roll with the tide, sink our fingers into new earth.
That's what she said with me.
You've always done everything you could to survive.
And what would you do if people harmed you is what I asked after.
So, what do we do now?
Which is the answer...
She... She She was
Sounds
talking
like the
about.
answer is concerning.
Oh no, she was trans-existent, but then she started talking about what's currently happening to her. She couldn't give.
Oh yeah.
She was unable to give me an actual answer.
Yeah, she did that for me as well with the whole Wodika situation, which is why I'm worried about the temper tantrum thing.
I feel strongly.
Did you go through the door, or did you go
nothing
through
left
this
to
other
forgive.
path?
Easier said than accepted, Viate.
You mean the
Forgiving
climbing
myself
path?
Yeah.
Is the hardest part.
If it's the climbing path I'm thinking of, there was only a book
We've
up
both
there.
been through so much. But I can see that it's all behind us.
This path leads me here.
Just
down.
Another thing we've survived.
Hi, Giada.
A fine way to put it.
I found Giada in the middle of a bunch of. Is Giada hallucinating?
Where did you go? Wait. Is Giada on your team right now?
No.
More like tolerate in my case, but.
I'm gonna need to backtrack then.
See what I
Where are
put
you?
up with, Envoy? Still wondering why I left Solace?
When
Get out of here.
literally right in front of the crystal, you don't go into the door. You go into the
They'll be waiting.
the hole in the wall. It's behind the crystal. I see Giada looking at a bunch of tree people, is what I'm gonna say. They were like her parents, not Dillimgon, but the ones you.
He needs you more than he'll.
People that turn into trees. There.
Assuming I can go back, I need to backtrack now.
Oh, I got a quest. Pulling back the veil. The guardian is featuring gals, showing companions something important about themselves. Talk to them, help them through it. Okay.
You mean the door that has the statue that Wodik is bitching through, right?
I did not go into a door.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not that one.
Not that one. It's the hole is the only hole is behind the
I
crystal.
found it. I was able to backtrack.
Good. Hey, Giada.
How do I open this? Did you notice the secret door that's literally to your left?
Yep.
What useless thing is in this one? I mean, that's not bad, but it's not good either.
Hello, Green Whisperer.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Or am I going mad?
The plant's talking.
What's the meaning of this?
Yeah, it's a hallucination, but not a hallucination.
A joke. Tell me we're both seeing the same thing. I hate it. Why am I cursed to see this again? Why does the memory follow me wherever I go? They have a sick sense of humor. Whoever is responsible, I'm tired of the bullshit. Step forward and answer for yourself, coward.
Godlike of Sapadal, long have we awaited you.
That thing moving is oddly creepy.
This is almost as bad as Ringram's creepy sculptures.
Oh my gods.
Okay, so Sapadell's reason what happened to her parents, but because she was eager to talk to someone, her very voice is what turned her Giada's parents to what they are. The reason we're not affected now is because she learned to whisper after that.
Welcome.
Oh, jeez.
You know me? How do you know me?
And you know, here's the thing. Based on how we know how the gods were created, or came into existence, whichever terminology you want to use, this probably happened with every single one of them. The whole
For
learning
centuries,
Our whispers
Most likely.
filled the silence. Then we heard your mother's call.
My mother? You heard her?
She reached out to us, using the tool you now carry.
Gianna said your god has intelligence of scatterbrained goat, but that isn't their fault. It's simply how they came into being.
That's not nice.
We heard, and Sapadal answered, saying in a great voice, "We are here. You have found us."
But when Sapadal speaks, the living lands trembles. The voice of a god can be a terrible thing.
No. This can't be. What exactly happened to my parents? Tell me, please. I need to know.
Sapadal wanted to be heard, and in so doing, twisted your family in body and soul, broke them into a more suitable shape.
What?
Okay, Yasli. Gianna went. Gianna said, one final question, spirits. What is this? Why are you trying to ruin my life again? Is this a way of haunting me? What is it you want? And Yasli just random said, not to be pedantic, but that was 4 questions.
Sapadal does not know the limits of their strength. Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made? Do you have any idea what my life has been since your little mistake?
After the incident, your parents were like us, and we took pity, so we helped them move on, as they wanted.
In the end, they thought only of you, their pride, and their love.
That's it. That's really it. The answer I've been searching for all these years. Sapadal destroyed my family. I don't hold you responsible. I don't even know if I hold Sapadal responsible. Your god has the intelligence of a scatterbrained goat. But that isn't their fault. It's simply how they came into being. I know they are. My mother and father would not have wanted this. A good animancer embraces death. And they were the best.
We are companions. Toys. Diversions. Sapadal fashioned us out of dreams and memories.
I can't believe it never occurred to me.
Well, that was, interesting.
Ancient vessels held together with duty and loyalty. Their design is unusual. Organic.
I guess I continue forward until I find another one.
Well, it's impossible to miss Marriott's.
Oh, this time
your god his is right on the main road.
By the way, when you're done talking to them, one of the plant dolls has mushrooms on them you can take.
One final question, spirits. What is this?
Convenient.
Why are you trying to ruin my life again? Is this your way of haunting me? What is it you want?
It's a where's the electric thing? Oh, here's a switch here.
We want to apologize on Sapadal's behalf. And for the
Switch press, secret door opened.
Sorrow.
They want to apologize. I came to the garden for answers.
Here, spam. It's a switch press to open the secret door.
Necklace. Might like it.
Was it a
I'm going to
mistake?
see what this necklace is. Hello, jewelry.
Can't stop themselves from hurting us. Our lives are a game to them. Damn it! I can't believe I'm about to say this.
Charm of Bones. Like the name already.
Trapped here for millennia.
Summon a trio of skulls to fight. Yes.
Screaming into the void for anyone who will listen.
Just yes. Don't even need to read the rest of it. Just yes.
Overreacted. How can I hold that against you?
Instead of summoning 3 spiders, I get 3 skeletons. Hell yeah.
You,
do you have it equipped?
Thank you, godlike, for bringing her all this way.
I'm surprised.
Time has come.
Trio of skeletons sounds like a good thing to have.
As you were meant to.
Now that you have returned to the garden, Sapadal has everything they need. We will fade, as all things fade.
These shall be named Sans, Papyrus, and Gaster.
Death is indifferent, not cruel, not merciful, merely inevitable. The pulling of an ancient weed.
We will return to the soil from which we emerged.
So it
In time,
said, so it
you
shall
will do
be.
the same.
Even a god can learn to regret.
Sapodal wishes to be understood, as all mortals do.
Can't I just ignore you? What?
As all
Nope, can't
mortals
ignore
are.
her.
What you see is the truth, glimpsed through their eyes. And they
You
wish
probably
to share
shouldn't.
it.
Wodaka has a lot of points to make.
I'm unable to ignore her anyway.
I'm not saying that you have to agree with Wodaka, but you should definitely take in the information because it's important.
May the living lands receive you with open arms. Farewell.
Goodbye. We need to talk about this, but not here.
Right. The farther we get from this place, the better.
You know, I was kind of expecting to have to fight all of these things. Don't know why.
Are you, Harambe, are you interested at all at the announcements so far for the newest Pokemon game?
Given the last few, not particularly. Why?
I am.
Well, they're changing how the battling in the game works.
Specifics?
Instead of it being turn-based, it's active
no.
ability cooldowns and you actually being able to run around in the middle of the fight.
So like Power World.
I wonder where did they got that reference from.
Yeah, I wonder.
Power World.
I came here to help you do whatever you're supposed to do with your god friend. Instead, I'm here talking to dead people. I think it did. He really did seem at peace, right? I imagine most encounters with dead old friends don't, go so well. I owe a lot of that to you, Envoy. You helped me be someone who could handle Sokka like that. Thank you. I will say, it's not really what I expected when I started tracking you and Kai back in Paradise. No, I was thinking more in terms of hunting for wild game and peeing on Kai to put the fires out. It's been a bit of a ride, Envoy. I feel like it's coming to an end. One way or another. I don't know. Maybe the unexpected isn't so bad after all. I never expected you and I would become friends. Yeah, quick note. If you tell me the
So,
others
if I can absorb Sapodal,
Anyway.
I killed the god?
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand at all, because that implies the Watcher could kill like two of the gods just by thinking about it. Doesn't make any sense.
You restless too? I'll be here if you need me.
We really must. Always.
All this time, I thought my parents died in a freak accident. An experiment gone awry. A mistake. And in a way, they did. But it wasn't their mistake. It was Sapodal's. That's what I keep asking myself. This whole experience
Yes,
has me
Dust?
considering my family's work in a different light.
Was I coming through?
What my mother accomplished.
Loud buzzing.
Armed with her research.
Oh,
and
my
wits,
controls are plugged in.
She found a god. When you speak to a god, it's nothing. Barely a reflex. But for the rest of us, it's unimaginable. No Animancer can live up to that. Certainly not me. I thought their legacy was a curse, and I could only break it by completing their work. I was wrong. Of course I can. But now, I can do them for the right reasons. One thing is certain. When it comes to animancy, I need to unlearn some of my old assumptions. I wanted to tame the spirit of the living lands. Now, there's so much about it I don't understand. And it's creepy, but wonderful. They probably won't even notice me. But stranger things have happened. I believe the power flowing out of the garden drove this island mad. That has to end. Through animancy, we could help the living lands recover. It would take a lifetime.
Where the heck is the sarcophagus key?
But that's a small price to pay.
I didn't find it either.
Then again, who am I to interfere with an ecosystem that I barely understand? On the other hand, half the fun of animancy is stirring the pot and getting into trouble. I think I know what I want. But there are
Did you talk to Giada at camp?
What do you think?
Well, you want me to go back to camp now?
I mean, if you did that thing with Giada, she has stuff to say.
Okay.
I have a lot of catching up to do, and plenty of room to grow. But I think you're right. So be it. Starting today, I don't have to live up to anyone's example. Animancy can be whatever I make of it. I knew they would be. And not just because some ancient plans told me so. Now I just have to decide which field of research to pursue. But no need to bore you with the details. I've only got one lifetime as Giada Castel, so I'd better make it count. Hey.
Oh, that's where the sarcophagus key is.
Where is
Just
it?
wanted to say thank you.
Not in the place we're at. It's near the strangled Audra.
There's a strangled Audra in the garden?
Not in the garden. In Galavine's tusks.
What?
Yeah.
Also, for the record, there is a strangled Audra and ancient memory in the garden. I just looked on the map.
Okay. Yes, I saw it, Mom.
I'm tempted to ask what is in the sarcophagus.
Don't know. I have to get the key first.
I don't think you can go back.
Watch me.
Good luck, because you can't
Lands.
fast travel. You can't
Galavine's
fast travel
tusks.
out,
You can't fast travel right now.
and you can't walk through the main door.
Okay, so what a sarcophagus has, since I'm looking it up, is a medium armor called Spirit Mender. Essence string. 2% of your attack damage is restored as essence. And luminous Audra battery, plus 100 maximum essence.
So it's basically just a bad version of the pre-order armor.
Well, yeah, but it's great if you're a mage user and you didn't pre-order.
I mean, considering this is at the end of the game, I would debate that.
Fair.
I have found gloves. Actually, pretty good gloves, to be honest.
Nice. Well, let's go back to camp, talk to Giada. Still says Marius has to talk about. First, I'll be back.
Ow. If Sepidol created this place and is running memories through it, why do I have to fight skeletons?
Another glorious match.
If anything moves, I'm going to jump straight up and start running.
Oh, what? You mean that thing right over there? Is that a second one? Please no. Of course there's a second one, why wouldn't there be? So about that, Marius. Now that's a lot of damage.
Stay on your toes.
Quiet, them dudes.
Well, that did fuck all. I hate these things. Ow, rude. And you know, the scary part is, this is a wounded one.
I'm back.
I do not like this particular fight.
Hi, Giotto.
Also, the skeleton bones are very helpful.
Good.
I pulled it out because of this specific fight, and the very handy.
Good. Where's him at? What? I'll get it when I'm 50, like it says.
By the way, these mag folks are deadly.
Okay. Look, huh?
I will be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he's big.
E.
Welcome back.
Loud buzzing is loud dust.
Sorry.
I do not like mage. Ow! Mageful.
Oh, I don't either.
Sans Papyrus. Gaster, come.
They were very helpful in fighting the Magfolk.
I also have a ring that lets me use Minoletta Seeking Stars every 300 seconds.
Although keep in mind that the ring version is weaker than the normal version.
Okay.
Thomas cares. What's that doing here?
Oh my goodness, dead lightning.
This can't be. It's like looking into the maw of that old Leviathan skull near Third
Oh. It's not even a boss fighter, so it's gonna be more of them.
Like Thomas.
Aren't you happy having to fight multiple of those fucking things?
No. No.
No, I'm not. This always makes me want to reload and accept Wodika's thing.
This is your conversation, not mine. I can't tell. I can't focus on his face. His features keep blurring.
30 seconds left, then I can summon my trio again. Ooh.
As long as we're both
Nope.
seeing the floating islands and the ghostly tree, I can't blame this on drugs. To be honest,
I am so glad that I made it so I can block stuff without worrying about
recognize him as the Tom I
taking
knew.
damage.
It's like he keeps changing in front of me. Does that make sense?
Look, I gotta worry about my stamina, that's for sure.
That's the problem. I don't know what I expect anymore. I used to remember his face so clearly.
Do the damage make folk come one at a time, or?
His eyes crinkled at the corners.
No.
He was in pain, but trying to hide it. I see everything. All his moments at once. Joy, sadness, anger, or heartbreak, stomachache. Everything from the handful of years that I knew him and the decades before we'd met. He's almost a stranger.
Killed that one.
Yeah, it is. All this time I kept him frozen in his worst moment. When he was suffering and when I failed him. But now that I see him as more, it's like he's free of that.
I mentioned I hate those things. I think I mentioned it.
Oh, same. Their ranged attack fucking instant kills you.
Yeah. I never realized what an injustice.
Which is why I
was
block
both.
with my shield.
You're right.
Also, go left, not through the door.
It's like you said. His memory is no longer a burden. For the longest, I was afraid to let go of this moment, like I'd be letting him go if I did. Now I see I was just holding on to something that was weighing us both down.
Left, do I see someone? Oh, hi, Marius. Is this what you meant?
Wait, did you just fight a single mage folk?
Yeah, this is the first one I fought.
Okay, ignore what I said.
Better than I could have said it. I never thought I'd meet someone I respect the way I respected Tama. But you've made some tough calls, and you've kept your head and your heart in the right place. So whatever comes next, I'm with you until the end. Now let's go find this god of yours and end the Dream Scourge. When we reach them, what do you think we'll find? A victim? A villain? I suspect you're right. Let's end this. I'll follow your lead, as always.
Mr. Bam, I just made a morbid discovery.
Hmm?
You know how he said there's a possible cure for Dream Scourge?
Yeah.
Yanku right here just said he's dead from the Dream Scourge.
Yes, because we don't have a cure.
No, we're talking to his ghost right now.
Yeah. Well, technically his soul, but tomato, tomato.
So that means you're doomed everyone thirdborn to die then.
That's implying that we can't find a cure, and that they died first.
I mean, Yanku's dead.
Well, no shit, he was at the latest... the latest part of the disease.
I was able to get a good few things crafting in the fabricator.
Good.
Yeah, Bratton Prime, so I have a semi-decent primary weapon. Orthos, there's MR, Silva, and Aegis, because I could, don't know if that's good.
I smell burning.
And a Stella.
Burning is not good.
Mom put hot dogs on the grill, and instead of keeping an eye on them like she always tells me whenever I cook, she decided to stare at her phone.
I mean, hot dogs don't burn easily, so how long were they sitting there?
Well, she boiled them first, then she put them on a hot pan one of those tops on the stove that you can cook things on.
Alright, most if not all hot dog brands comes pre-cooked, so you can boil them and not put them on a pan. So what was the point of the pan?
To keep them a bit more crisp.
Yeah.
But I think
Hey,
she left
fair.
them too long.
Emphasis on too fucking long. Only thing I have not found yet is Yachtsley's.
Oh, you found Kai's?
Yeah. Garrus's went as about as I expected.
Hmm.
Oh. I found the sarcophagus key.
Oh, nice. And I'll be back. Mom's calling me.
Bruh. Dust, I blame you.
Why?
This place would be peaceful.
'Cause you weren't here. You weren't here helping.
Wasn't so dangerous.
Is happening
And all of the buzzing.
as the affliction fester even here. It threatens our heart. We cannot fight this invasion alone. Hurry, your presence relieves us.
Alright, so that's a shortcut.
You restless too? Night, envoy. Holler if you need anything else. Hey, Giada. How are you holding up after seeing those, plant people?
Well, I've seen things not intended for mortal eyes, and uncovered the dark truth of my family's
I'm back.
downfall. But here I am. And how are you?
Don't worry about me. I just want to know how you're feeling.
I'm complicated. But at least I know what happened to my parents.
Knowing's one thing. Feeling okay about it's another.
Yes, that part could take a while.
As long as it doesn't turn into a ghost
I'm back.
story. I'm here if you need to talk.
You said that already.
We're talking right now.
It won't
I'm back.
be easy, but you have to let yourself feel.
Yeah, you said that already, this time with your face full.
Parts that hurt like a blessed sawfly bite.
Just be kind to yourself, dearie.
I don't know what to say, except I'm grateful to know each of you.
Goodbye and rest well, Yanku. Now to run all the way back to camp.
That's a chonky bear. I don't like chonky bears.
I can't walk back to camp. Okay.
Don't worry, there's a shortcut once you go far enough. I'm pretty sure you can fast travel back to camp, actually.
But you said fast traveling is...
Well, I was able to fast travel to camp, just not out. How many goddamn skeletons?
I'm currently at camp crafting whatever legendary stuff I can from the old stuff so I can upgrade my stuff more.
I should have done that, but I didn't do it when I was at camp.
Why didn't you?
Slipped the mind. How many fucking skeletons are there? Oh, hi there, bear.
I finally maxed out my weapon on Joseph Fence, so now it's legendary +3.
Does it change appearance again, or is that it?
No, that's it.
Too many skeletons. Too many bears. Where is this goddamn memory and where's Yatsley? Found a weapon. That's really bad. Open sesame. Memory.
We have been here. We were here all the yesterdays before. Nothing grows, nothing dies. Here or beyond, we cannot say. We feel no spark of the Tibaris Inachus in this place. We cannot see it through their eyes. We slumber here, alone. The deer, the owls in our trunk, they took it all away. A tide of souls thrown upon the wheel. The ground gives way. We fall. Now our memory is a wound reopened. They came suddenly. The stillness of night split by grinding steel. We had no time to speculate. First, they blinded us. Shining eyes pierced the concealing dark. Then they burned. Smoke ensnared the moonlight. The Akita screamed. How could we fight what we did not understand? A sword slashing darkness. We saw a terrible design in the roaring flames. They had carved a path to the temple. We were their true prey. Prune the branch, 3 grow in its place. We persisted, we were everywhere. How could they cull the wind? How could they trap the stars? Then, they turned to what the Akita had made. They toppled the statues. They set the libraries ablaze. A mouth silenced. A record of time rendered in ruins. The Akita howled. They died. We cried out, sundered, soul by soul. We broke the earth, called down the storm, flung lightning from our hands. But they marched on. We grew tired. In fury, we exposed ourselves. Our flaring smothered
Ooh,
the
what's
ground.
down here?
There's ours. The needle struck. In raised machines, we tried to tear down the garden.
I tried my little eye at chest.
Then nothing.
With all rock clubs.
We floated in a great glass eye. The fog closed in on us. We reached out, but the machines held us in. We could not feel the new day's sun. Lay in the shifting tide. The cities crumbled. We could not save them. We could not save ourselves. Their cries, swords in our heart, a severed limb. We watched helplessly for aeons, until you. A chill wind. Our branches shudder. We do not think of this. The wound numbs now. We watch as the river of time expands. In the silence of our prison, we find clarity. How many voices lost? How many saplings have we cut down? We sink into the endless night. Perhaps we should be here. We are the rain, the swaying grass. What do they have to fear? A bindweed stricken from the garden. But who built the fence? Soil stirs. We have a new memory of this place. You opened the final lock, entered the hidden glade. You listened. You stand at a cliff now. We watch your footsteps carefully. We twine together. We reach for the sky. We grow. We grow. We grow.
Yay, achievement. Found all the memories. Woo. Oh, why? Why? Fucking more mage folk.
I've been maxed out, so I'm not sure what more I can do to hurt them more.
Summon skeletons.
I think I just found a shortcut back to camp.
Yeah, the electric door, right?
No, the tentacles. Well, not tentacles. The plants need Kai to destroy. It leads to the underwater path that I mentioned. Oh yeah.
Ow! Fucking ranged attack.
Oh, and I'm back.
Oh, no, fucking ranged attack of the Meg folk, why?
That again?
Bitch. Yes.
Shield for the win, I guess. My shield's able to block all damage from the ranged electric attack with little to no stamina loss.
How?
That's puts me up being a warrior, buddy.
Yeah, but there's no way a shield should be able to block that.
Well, it does, and I'm happy. Oh, hey, look. Here's one damage to me, folk. Even with a maxed weapon, I barely do damage to it.
Damn.
Ooh, I was able to block that. Hell yeah. Go Skeleton Trio! So I guess it's always going to be 2 fighters and 1 monk?
That's what it seems like.
Oh, Bear, go assist. Yes, Bear, time gets attention. What do you know what would be worse than fighting a Meg folk? Fighting a Meg folk that has a priest.
Or fighting a mage folk that isn't broken.
Oof, yeah. At least if I max weapon, this one's dying faster than the first one. Oh hey, the second one activated.
Say hi.
I died. One of them used to ranged attack when I was in the middle of trying to use one of my abilities, so I couldn't block.
My one just did the same thing to me. I was able to dodge it though. Good lord. Things are mean.
Oh my god, it's the dip!
What? Is there a joke I'm missing there?
Have you seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Oh, yep, I remember.
What I'm doing right now is staying at a distance and just shooting.
Understandable.
Skeleton, go. Get his attention.
Or just don't get zapped.
Bear, you go as well.
Let's wake up.
Yeah.
Just needs to stop falling asleep at night.
Yeah.
Is this where Yachtley be over here? Oh.
On your feet, Yatsley. Oh god, no. No. You don't see me. You don't see me. None of you see me.
Were it so easy.
Oh my gosh. Oh goodness me. Gotta go invisible. Revive. Revive. And stab.
Found some pretty nice boots.
Hey, that make folk is dead.
Isa.
Coming back, my skeleton bros.
Speaking of Scalabros, I need their help. Oh no, they're Magfolk.
Aren't you happy we angered Mordecai?
Yeah, totally. Pissing off Mordecai's the Watcher's job. Why did we have to get involved? Like a bitch slept.
I'm so happy I'm using Whale's Totem so I can heal using mana.
Kinda wish I could agree, because I'm almost out of healing potions. Almost. Plenty of food, though.
Just know that if you want the most healing from, if you want the most health healing from drinking a mana potion, you have to have low mana. Like expend most of your mana, and then use it.
Oh, I don't have the totem active. Is this where Yachtley be? Yes.
This is the library from my dreams. This looks like the Akita building was placed. Clearly they wanted their story preserved. I wonder who she was. She looks sad and familiar.
Actually, that seems pretty on the nose. Especially with the skeleton being so small.
Gonads. It's even the same hearth from my dream. And that's the chair. It's the picture of coziness. I do love your idea of hiding out, Envoy. Finally, you've arrived. Ah, that's Mars. That took 10 years off my life. Wait. You must
Okay.
be the librarian from my dreams. Oh, it's
Second
a
one
pleasure
dead.
to finally meet you. Oh,
You can pet the
you
skeletons.
do look quite familiar.
The fuck?
It's like looking into a bloodstained mirror.
It has been quite some time.
I pressed X on the mouse mistake and my character put two hands and went biddy 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 biddy.
You are an ancestor? A very fashionable
Pet
one.
bear? Yes. Understandable. Pet skeleton? Question mark?
No, child. We are the keeper of these tablets. Or have you already forgotten? Oh, of course. I was you in a past life. Oh, I'm such a fool. You lived with animancers, and yet the idea of awakening to your past lives never entered your mind.
Can we get out of here? One Yatsley is more than enough.
I was the last of the Akita. Once the attack started, a few of us were charged with preserving as much of our history as we could. So we
Instead of going
retreated
through the
as
door,
much
go
as
to
we
the left,
could.
right? Like on the tree.
You must mean the Magfolk attacks. Yes, we've heard. Is that the reason for the bodies outside? Yes. Your monstrous gods, who bought their divinity with blood and the souls of their faithful. They tried to butcher every last one of us. Yes. There was little else I could do. I'm a scholar, not a fighter. A lesson I'm glad you...
Hi, Kai.
But how did the Magfolk reach you in here? They didn't. Between the screams of my kin being slaughtered and the screeching of the Magfolk, I couldn't breathe. That's the screeching I heard in my dream, Envoy. I knew I recognized it when we killed that Magfolk. Once it was gone, there was nothing left. And perversely, I found the quiet worse. So I decided on another way. One that wouldn't give your gods the satisfaction. Poison. Well, at least you washed it down with some good wine. You're not helping, Envoy. Yatsley, you know what you must do now. I abandoned my duty to protect our history, but you... Someone must tell the story of the Akita, and there is no one else. I'm already an expert. What more do you want me to do? Oh, think about it, Yatsley. You have been training to be the new protector of this collection since childhood. I couldn't ask for a better successor. But that was your duty. I have my own dreams. Yatsley, if you do not become the new librarian, there will be no other. The stories of the Akita will turn to dust, and my people, our people, will be forgotten. Just as the burned queen wanted all along, when she sent her magfolk to choke the life from us. This is all too much. What do you think, Envoy? True. They still have to find a
Kai
new
has
king,
been talked to.
and I doubt Vidaro is strong enough to get them there. It shows you have
Yatsley is a bit of a trek ahead,
yet
so don't
you
worry.
Do not stand with your
Okay.
peers. How disappointing. Our time is at an end, Yatsley. It's time for me to go. Wait! I've not even asked you any questions. Tell me about your marriage rights. And oh, did you mean for all your buildings?
Cause it's guy love. I
Unfortunately,
love
my
between
time
two
is at an end.
guys.
You must keep Yatsley alive. She is the last hope of the Akita. So this is goodbye. I wish we could have. No. I wish that all of you had a better ending. She's gone.
Now let's walk back to camp.
Just a random thing off the top of my head. The thing that they could do to make Andromeda like 10 times better, like right now, without even putting much effort into it, is just raise the FPS. Because it being at 30 FPS is almost unplayable.
Forgive me, Envoy, but
Fair enough.
We should get going. We can talk back in camp. Later. Much as I want to look around, we need to find your god fast.
And to the camp. Away.
Hey, Kai.
Oh, Envoy. Have you recovered yet from our chat?
Oh, Kai had nothing to say.
I was surprised too.
But maybe talking it out will help.
Okay.
I think I just need
Seems
to
we need
say
to
some
chill.
things out loud, if that's all right. It's just... We already have a lot to take care of, don't we?
Oh, gotta
We
find
have
a
the
yacht
God and
sleeves.
Empire both vying for our attention, and now I have this legacy forced on me. I was already unsure what to do, and now a third option appears like the world's worst surprise. But it makes sense. My whole life has been about the godless in one way or another. It explains why I knew the language, why I felt so drawn to the ruins. I love the man, but he'll just be endlessly supportive, the fiend. And trying to send a letter when we're on the move like this? It's a struggle. It's not an answer I would have expected, but it's an answer. And now that I know, I kind of thought, well, honestly, I feel more full.
They're definitely not skimping on the legendary materials for you, so you can upgrade your stuff.
Even if my path
For real,
doesn't lead
though.
to the library,
I appreciate
I feel
it.
better than I have in ages.
Need more Adra.
Oh, the make folk drop 1 Adra each, so find more make folk.
Settle down. Me. Oh. And here I thought you knew me, Envoy. If I were to go back to Fjord, I think I'd go back to my old life. Dungeon diving and coming home to a...
Oh, I've found an illusion wall for Yahtzee.
roaring fire in the hearth.
Let me know what's behind
I
it.
think... For the first time in my life, I don't know what to do.
Congratulations, Yahtzee.
Oh, it leads
Now,
to a
just
mechanism we
like
gotta shoot with lightning.
No matter what, I've always known exactly what I want. But this is
Pew.
the first time I've had more options than time in the day. What do you think?
So that's 1 out of 3.
You're right. Especially after all we've been through. Really, leaving them in Vidaro's hands is a fate I wouldn't wish on anyone. Thank you, Envoy. I've been agonizing over this for longer than I want to admit. Finally picking a destination makes the journey a lot easier.
But we're not able to open the
Felici will be relieved to know
that door
I'll
with the
be
3
back to make
sigils.
his life interesting again. And
Well,
Envoy,
I never I
thank
couldn't
you.
get past the illusion wall, man. I don't have Yahtzee.
You can just walk back to camp, get in, and then open the illusion wall.
It's too much work.
Don't mind if I do.
It's too much work for materials that I'm not going to use.
It's the exploration over here.
If we make it out of this place, we'll have
Where's
stories to
third
tell.
one?
Rest while you can.
It feels like we're in another world. One that isn't used to our kind. Pleasant dreams.
Envoy, what do you... Thanks for talking.
Alright, now with all of that out of the way, the memory and the crystal found, a way to possibly free Sepidol, possibly slap her in the face, and possibly piss off Wodika.
Well, you already pissed off Wodika. There's no possibility
Piss Wodika
about
off
that.
more.
Yeah, there's no possible with that. It happened.
And also possibly walking off a cliff.
Open up your eyes.
You can go first. I'll stay here and watch.
What was the point of what I just did?
I'm starting to think these people killed themselves off.
I would ask myself that same question.
Because I just activated electric thingy. Okay, what was the point of it?
It's either for that one secret door in the room where you found Giada's memory, or it's one of the switches for the 3-sigil door.
Probably one of those.
Go good
Oh,
attendance.
no. It was to stop one of the death machines over here.
What, from coming to life?
Yeah.
I gotta remember that then.
Ow. Double ow. Again. Wee. Ow, my legs. I got a trinket. That'd be great if I still had the sword from the beginning of the game, but because I don't, that's really bad.
What, fire sword?
Yeah. The amulet is your fire attacks have a chance of jumping between enemies. That'd be great if I still had that sword. I don't. Honestly, there's an argument to be made that that sword is better than the Star Metal one.
Really now?
Yeah, because it's, you know, fire and all that. Oh, hey, a camp.
Oh, you found a camp ahead? Nice.
Let's take a moment here.
Okay, Marius wants to sleep. I guess we're sleeping then.
There's always a weird sort of quiet on the eve of battle. I'm feeling that now. Seems like a good time to gather our thoughts and share a drink before whatever's coming.
Right. This seems like a perfect place to stop and relax.
Okay, so underwater section, so I'm going to command Statue of Lament.
Without a belly full of drink.
Sounds like you're nervous, dearie.
I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Anxious, excited, scared, hungry.
I feel it as well. It is only mortal to feel overwhelmed in the presence of the immortal.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Getting to see that vision of Tama did me good. Like, I finally let go of something I'd been holding too long. Now that we're here, I'm eager to see this through. Nothing worse than holding your breath and waiting. Same. I'd rather have good company in a prison than paradise alone.
I had a feeling you might ask me that. I'm not sure I've really worked through what I've seen here, but I am grateful for the chance to see Yonku again. I feel like we're almost done with all of this, but we are in the weirdest place in the world, so who knows? I'm completely baffled, but when haven't I been lately? Being afraid doesn't even feel scary anymore.
Well, I won't lie to you, Envoy. A lot's happened. It's not every day that you learn that you're the last hope to carry on a legacy, but... well, here we are. Never literally talked to myself before either. I think I annoyed her. Me? Oh. I think I need another drink.
Sarcophagus key, yay!
But here we are. I just need a moment to take it all in.
Hey, String of the Dodger. Mind if I do?
Glad to see I've rubbed off on you, Envoy. And I wouldn't worry. Our little group here is perfectly frightening, and I'm sure our enemies would agree. We'll be fine. I can't speak for anyone else, though.
I think so.
String of the Dodger cleansed, and now I'm level 28.
Full of contradictions. Wild, yet serene. Truthfully, I didn't come all this way searching for my own answers. But I found them. Or perhaps they found me. And now, it's like there's a new path laid out before me. A life after the Dream Scourge. We're close to something. A threshold between calm and crisis. Conflict and peace. Life and death. So am I. None of us could have gotten this far on our own.
You've listened to all of us. How about you? You've been through a lot since you arrived. You've been shipwrecked and assassinated, harangued by gods, bureaucrats, and a death guard. You've had your soul poked, your loyalties questioned, and your sleep regularly interrupted by a god with no respect for privacy. And yet you've kept yourself and all of us together.
What Garrus said.
What are you really doing?
What do you say?
And you've had your sleep constantly interrupted by a god with no sense of privacy.
Under the circumstances, that's entirely reasonable.
Join the club.
I'd be more concerned if you
Thanks to
weren't.
the upgrades of Kibyatsuki, she now deals fire accumulation, shock accumulation, and ice frost accumulation.
We try, darling. We try.
None of us thought this would be easy. For you, most of all. We've survived our own hardships. Now we'll survive yours.
When we first met, I didn't think you'd last long. But then I saw how you handled that dream
cleansed.
Shook off your own death like a bad cold. And then you hunted your own killer and put him down. It takes a hard head or a thick skull to face something that almost
Hate the Shman, hate the Shman. Monster friends to the boys and girls. Hate the Shman, hate the Shman. Champions of the digital world.
I remember your calm. How you listened to my shouting match with the governor and actually heard me. You saved my city and gave me a home. A sanctuary where I could be myself. I'll never forget that.
You were my hero right away. You rescued me from those sporlings. You got my priceless face. What more could a girl ask for?
And now look at you. Look at us. How far we've come in a short time. Quite a lot, as it turns out. But the journey is worth it.
Not to raise the sails before the anchor, but we left trouble in our wake. Fjord, Thirdborn, Solace. If we make it out of here, it won't be to a living lands suddenly at peace.
Just this once. Could we forget about the rest of the living lands? Some of us could use a break.
That doesn't mean it's Giada's scary story time, does it?
I thought my stories were insightful.
Okay, now to tell you what's behind this
If we can't take
door.
a moment to ourselves on a floating island outside reality, then I don't know where we can.
There's a lockbox unlocked with one lock. Pick
We could all use some beauty rest. We'll want
Emerald
to do our best on
Moonstone.
the battlefield.
So, two with that one. Two are you to pick up.
Envoy, what do you need?
Found a unique spear called Wayfinder.
Done some reading.
Let me...
You heard?
Yeah.
Neither can I. I never used
What
to
does it
believe
do?
in destiny. Life always felt
A full
meaningless,
combo attack
groping through
deals
the
high
dark.
stuns nearby enemies and greatly increases the distance traveled during a power attack.
All of that was before
Meh.
the garden. What are the odds that you and I
Yeah.
meet? And after a series of mishaps, I learned the truth about my family's past? Destiny
There's also
is
materials to
truly
upgrade.
unavoidable. For whatever reason, certain things must happen in due course. Whatever you choose to call it, a coincidence like this does not happen every day. Let's appreciate it for what it is.
Hey, my icon of
Moments
Varys
like
wants to
this
talk
are
is
few
gone.
and far between.
Same.
You too.
There's my favorite Adiran. Always. Marius, dear. How are you feeling?
I'm alright. Good to see an old friend, you know?
And saying goodbye, that's the hard part.
You can talk to us, Marius. That is, if you think talking will help.
Nice of someone to mark that spot for us.
Guards. This is the place.
Let me think. You can talk to us, Marius. That is, if you think talking will help.
Well, obviously it wasn't my favorite thing, but...
Grief is strange. You lose someone, and you carry around a little hole inside yourself till you die. Or maybe the same is true for the dead. Your friend obviously loved you.
How did we get on this topic? I thought we were talking about pancakes.
You rest. Check your bedroll for fangworms.
Yep, let's get to it.
Going to camp to upgrade since I got a shortcut.
That was a note.
Is this where your god friend sleeps? I assume we'll have to break this barrier somehow.
Let's look around. There's got to be a mechanism somewhere around here.
Open sesame.
Quiet as the
How the fuck did that miss?
By missing.
Again, how did that miss?
By missing.
Not bad, Marius.
Guards, never seen machinery like this. It's impossible. Sorry, envoy. Let's talk about it back at camp, right?
Thank you for facing them with me. Let's go deal with your guy. god.
Well, remember when we were talking about one of the mage folk not being broken?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wish we didn't open our fat mouth.
But it is in game. They got a lot of stops, I guess.
Ow. Bro, it killed it blah, blah, blah. It killed the fucking bear and the skeletons almost instantly. That's nice. Ow.
Isa.
That's it. Back in the fight. Back in the fight.
Sick.
Oh no. Ow.
Sick.
Ow.
What the heck?
My
oh,
thoughts
wizard,
exactly.
that's why. Okay, where's the priest? Got a bone to pick with. Bear, can you go away? I'm trying to move. Oh my gosh, Bear. Go, Bear, out the way! Oh my goodness. I hate when enemies still try and track you and follow you even though you're invisible.
I mean, bears do have noses. Very good ones.
Not just bears, but it's every other thing too.
I mean, mage folk are godly monsters.
Skeletons aren't.
Fair. Okay, that's a clever way of preventing the player from running past it.
But
you need an item from the super hard complete monster to progress. You can't sneak your way past it.
Huh. That's funny.
Here's hoping we can avoid that madness down there.
Okay, lizards are fighting against the mage folk. Alright, well I'm going to help the lizards fight the mage folk. Never mind, all of the lizards are dead now. The mage folk killed them.
That's funny.
That was fast.
That was, dare I say, hilarious.
Well, I'm still gonna stand up here and shoot at the mage folk and not go down there. I have cover. It can't hit me. Meh.
No, it does a mortar attack.
I would not be surprised in the slightest.
Oh, it stayed there? Okay, bet. Nuke.
Would not be surprised in the slightest. Skeleton, why are you shooting at me? Attack the mage folk that's murdering you. Fine, I have to kill the skeletons because they're being a pain. Okay. I can't hit the mage folk from up here with the gun, apparently.
Wait, you can't? But I thought you were doing so.
I thought I was too. Apparently it's not doing any damage to it. Ow. Yay, level 29, yay, woo. I totally need that.
Hey, stat increase is always good.
I suppose, but I don't know what I'm gonna use the ability on. That one, I guess.
It's down. Here we go. Keep your guard up. We gotta live to tell this tale.
Oh, more mage folk! Yay! Why? Why is there two of them that are not broken? Yay! No.
I got a two-handed weapon called the Unmaker.
I didn't find that one. What does it do?
It's in the water. Stabbed into a make folk. Woo! Fallen through and power attacks deal plus 15% bonus attack damage. Okay, but Bane of the Eyeless. Critical hits deal high stun to nearby make folk.
Oh, that would be very convenient. Now. You know, I find it funny that everyone makes a big deal about getting into the garden, yet every single one of the archmages was just like, been there, done that. Especially Tane, which I fully expect from him. Ow. Got incapped. Ouch.
Ancient memory.
Back in the fight.
Good lord. That's one. So, note that I just found, a gun is very effective against mage folk.
What, gun? Yeah.
It's way more effective than our sword for some reason.
Well, it's not like it does about 400 damage or anything.
Yeah, but sword though. So Marius's binding roots does nothing to make folk, just so you're aware.
Okay.
Fuck, it killed me. Bastard.
down. Here we go.
Keep your guard.
All that can be said is ow.
You gotta live to tell this tale.
Hang on.
Of course it teleports right when I use the big ability. Why wouldn't it? Go bother the bear, not me. No teleporting. Stop that. Not what I meant to do. Down, Robit, down.
We make a good squad.
Ooh, I like this godlike ability I got. A passive from the ancient memory.
Healing.
Your health constantly generates below 50%. That is awesome.
Agreed.
It's going to be very helpful. What? How'd you make, folk?
Have fun.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm up here shooting.
You have come at last, after so long. You are so small, we questioned if you were real. Then steps, a voice, through armies and corrupted soil. You persevered. Now, you are here.
There, you three are there. You can go there. I'll continue being up here shooting.
The rot. We feel it festering and spreading. What is it but an extension of our pain? Your dream scourge will end when our suffering does. We were innocent once. We woke, and we wanted nothing but connection. But the other gods imprisoned us, left us to suffer alone in this place. But you are here now. You found us, a sprout in the endless winter. There is little time. We would be freed from these bonds. The strangler is close now. We feel her wire against our flesh. She begs for our blood. Her wolves defile the city on the shore.
Yes, Bear, go. Get him.
Blood on the tile. The people's cries ring in our ears. She pierces us now. Now, we will not brook this. Not again. A spark. Wait. The essence bends here. Time flows into itself. You can reach her. Will the garden to open, it will take you there. Breathe. Focus. Shape the essence with your hands.
Oh, F you.
Everything.
That's not
Run.
nice.
Have we lost?
I don't care.
Multitudes could we contain? We could run, leap in the water, flourish in forgotten hills.
They don't deserve our nicety.
We must. We shall. We have been thinking of this. We mourn our past. We only seek peace now. A chance to regrow. We trust you. You who have been by our side for so long.
One down.
You met death, and you sought vengeance. He deserved more. We thought that was what you taught us, that compassion changes everything. Give us peace. We want a chance to change. We deserve that opportunity. Do you think we have learned nothing from you? We deserve more than this prison. Let us have a chance to rest. We want peace. Or do you have no more mercy for us than you did for the bear? Yes, we have seen what you do to those you call monsters. We asked what you would do with an animal that sickened after a fight. Do you remember what you said?
Gotcha.
More than anything, that is what we desire too. Treat us as you would the bear. Clean our wounds, heal us. Grant us the same. The time has come for you to act. End our pain, and the dream scourge will cease. Give us peace. It is all we have wanted for so long. Perhaps there may be another path. What if the bear's spirit came to inhabit another's flesh?
What?
Unity.
What?
Emergence. We would become one.
What?
Sepidol, that happened with the Othis, and that didn't work out too well.
We could guide you. We could care for you. You would never be desolate again. You would never wonder about your place in this world.
That's exactly what Aothis did, Sepidol, and to quote Eder, we blew him up.
You would not question if you were loved, and no one would dare question your right to live. And we would never be alone. We would be entwined with your heart.
Given what I know about the souls in the first two games, I don't see how this would be helpful at all.
Wild Walker boots. Okay.
This ending would be bad. No.
Freedom. We see your focus. We see how your essence bends our cage.
Given how the gods were created or came into being, that choice is bad.
Center your thoughts. reach for us.
Where's this building Yahtzee said she saw thought looked familiar?
We were so blind, so lost. We brought such horrors to this place. We feel bright. We had forgotten what it is to live. We will grow, tend, flower. We will always remember this. We will remember you when you are ash and soil and mold.
Skeleton, don't attack me. Attack the Meg folk you were attacking. You were
That's
doing
not
so
the end
well.
of the game.
Acharon. Oh.
Just gonna drink this, just in case, because I have a feeling.
You've got a feeling
Are we
that
back at
tonight's
council?
gonna be a
Already?
good night.
This is Sapadal's doing.
No, this is a
I'm
bad
certain
night.
of it. No power in Aora could transport us so quickly, or so far. Doubtful. While they were in chains, so too was their power.
Ah, are you seeing this? I don't think Paradise looked like this when we left it.
Looks like the war already started, and the giant roots are winning.
Marius, vines don't usually get that big this quickly, do they?
Based on their growth and size, I'd say we've been gone 2 or 3 weeks.
For once, I wish I wasn't. Who knows if the garden affected time, or merely our perception of time?
What's going on here, Ma?
It's like how a body fights an infection. The fever gives you strange dreams that feel like an eternity.
Look at this place. Feels like we're still in the dream. And not just us. Those are more your people's ships in the harbor, and steel garrote banners past the barricades. That can't be good.
Even Reingrim is here. Perhaps we'll get to see an Archmage in action.
I think I see Elia as well. What a strange reunion this will be.
The Blessed Day Wardens are here too. That conflict we've been trying so hard to prevent started without us.
It's who strikes last that counts.
The Steel Garrote have been itching for a fight this whole time. This would have happened with or without us.
Before we go, what happened back there with the Dream Scourge and Sapadal?
I'm not sure. That's good, right?
It's a relief that the Dream Scourge won't be a problem. I only hope we can say the same about Sapadal. Time will tell, I suppose.
After all this time, they're free. And the living land is free to heal.
We've cured
Debatable.
the land, and we've even freed a caged god. All in all, rather a successful day.
Kill and God entwine. The flower shades the soil in which it grows.
We should take a look. See if we can get ahead of whatever storm is brewing down there.
People seem to be gathering west of here. Whatever's happening, let's be a part of it.
Wow. Feels like everyone's here now.
Sansa. Not that you make it out. Hey, envoy! They marched in with no warning. I couldn't think. I just ran.
Easy. You're here now. Where did they come from?
Envoy! What does the Garrote think they're doing? What's the point of exploring if you just want to plant your flag everywhere? They broke some glass, but the map is safe. They didn't think I was worth the trouble.
Right now, that's a good thing.
If you're looking for survivors, a few of us fled to the Balrog.
How many?
I'm not sure. I saw Sapiento. Gods, I hope they're not trapped in there. I am sorry I can't be more help. You always were a forgiving friend.
We should move. Let's hope the Garrote hasn't made it to the Balrog yet.
Envoy, wait! Before you go, I may have something for you. I took some supplies when I ran. If you think they'll help, they're yours. I'll even give you a discount. You know, for saving the city and everything.
Yeah, discount, he says. Super expensive.
Why is there snow here? That's gotta be Ringgrim's work. I heard she made it snow and with Shatterscarp. Wow, but why snow? This is the end. We're all going to die.
One would certainly hope not.
A familiar face.
For the record, Ringrin, I still don't trust you at all.
We meet again, Envoy. Paradise burns, thanks to Ludwine and the Steel Garrote laying siege to it. But the Dream Scourge is gone.
It wouldn't be the first time she's come back.
It's remarkable how hard you mortals fight for causes that'll be forgotten within centuries. Still, I do think the world has been irrevocably, if minimally, changed by your actions. Perhaps a new god being set loose on the world is certain to have consequences. Mostly, I'm curious about whether you think you've made the right choice. Not thinking about one's choices is still a choice. I wonder if you will have more hindsight with what happens next. I am interested in seeing the outcome of your story, Envoy. With luck, it won't end with you also on fire. I prefer ice, personally. But to each their own. Goodbye, Envoy. And Yardsley, I do look forward to when all of this is done. I am eager to work with you.
Oh, yes. We'll, discuss that later.
My research awaits.
I am not a fan that food effects the timing of it goes down while you're in dialogue. Not a fan.
Brooch of Spreading Flame. Oh, 50% chance to jump to back. Okay. I think I'm not that far behind you.
You're a bit of ways. So far, everything is beyond fucked. And surprisingly, not because of a god.
But because of you.
Nah, it's probably because of the rebels and the Steel Garou.
Which guy, Ma?
Things moved fast while we were in the garden.
Oh, Envoy. How good to see you here as we stand together at the brink of this historic event. I don't know if thank you is precisely what I want to say, but I am grateful to you for bringing Dolna's theft to light. Paradise burns from the torches of the Steel Garrote. The people of the Living Lands stand ready to defend their home. Yes, what happens in Paradise now will decide the fate of the Parkrunen after all.
What's the plan if Paradise falls?
We will find a way to persevere. We Parkrunen have a gift for surviving inhospitable conditions, and always have. Whatever the outcome of the upcoming battle, do not forget us. I fear that more than our deaths. If Edir and the Steel Garrote have their way, they'll strip the history books of any mention of our culture and our ways. Future generations will only ever know us as an appendage of the Empire. I hope it doesn't come to that.
And I found a camp you mentioned.
Yeah.
It is all I can ask for.
Diamond achievement.
That says
Kith
much, as I
Lord.
say. You have
Make sure you
a role in
rest.
deciding what happens
I am.
next. Do the right thing, Envoy. Let history remember you for the correct reasons. You have the power to answer our prayers, Envoy. Use that power wisely.
I journeyed to the heart of the living lands, where time held its breath, and dreams had more substance than reality.
May I see it?
Not if you value your life.
Envoy, I knew you'd show up eventually.
How is Emerald Stair? More importantly, how are you?
Thriving on both counts, I'm happy to report. My revenants were just getting comfortable in Thirdborn when the Steel Garrote stepped out of line. When I heard tensions were brewing, I thought to myself, this is a job for the undead. So I gathered the flock. Likewise, I'll keep them on a tight leash, just in case the Steel Garrote breach our defenses. Better to have them and not need them. Oh, and I've been meaning to thank you. Whatever you did in the garden seems to have worked. Emerald Stair is healing, believe it or not. Once this is over, our crops will flourish like never before. Easier said than done, I suppose. Before I let you go, one small reminder. Should you fall in battle, I'm ready to claim what's rightfully mine. That's the idea. Once you join a flock, you won't feel a thing. But that won't be for a while yet. Fingers crossed.
Apologies, but I intend to keep my friend alive for as long as possible.
Just don't try too hard. I can't wait forever, you know.
God, forgot about that. Should we make sure the envoy gets his haircut before he dies?
Well, Elliot, you're human, and the envoy is an elf. Good luck with that.
Out there. And don't worry about a thing. My flock will keep us safe and secure.
Thank you, Elia. My compliments to the flock, as always.
I wasn't worried until she said that. Let's get out of here.
Enjoy.
We know you. Did you help us? We must have seen you in a dream. We smell steel.
We held them off in Fjord. We can hold them off here too.
So I was right. The people that got dream scourged did get cured.
Nice.
As prepared as he'll ever be.
Anyone who's still alive will still be alive.
Make a hero out of him.
We don't need more heroes. We need everyone to come back alive.
I'll give you that. Just be ready. It's about time Fjord stepped up to defend the rest of the living land.
I'll stay back here. The others can provide close-range support.
I'm not running. Not this time. Can't let the others down.
I thought she was hitting a stick with a blacksmith hammer. I was very confused for a second.
If you're wounded, find a place to lie down. Someone will get to you before you bleed out. If I seem distracted, I apologize. I'm tending to the fallen, as you can see. I've seen plenty of her handiwork, though she doesn't leave much to sew back together. Unfortunately, my hands are full with the dying and the dead, and there's too many of both.
I like how all the companions are talking about stuff I did and what they like about it.
Agree.
I suppose I've earned a couple of winks. You look like you could use a few. The next time we see each other, I just hope the fighting's done.
You're not doing anyone any good if you're too tired to think. Get some rest.
Just in case that triggers a cutscene, I'm gonna take the long way.
Is that you? Envoy, how did you... I don't know.
It's great to see you again, but where the fuck did you come from?
You just appeared out of nowhere.
The fuck?
Ah, your face. We all wondered whose godlike you were.
That's not important right now, Radut.
Right. Forgive me, Envoy. I won't keep you long. I just want to make one request while you're here. As much as you can. Be good to the living lands.
I'm holding you to your word, Envoy. Don't fuck us over. Don't fuck it up for us.
Still hard to believe you made it out of the dust.
No, it's not. Just look around. We're
clear. We're out.
Fucking hell, these two are here, really? Out of everyone here, I was not expecting these two.
I don't want to go to Yezwa.
Soon as my gun's cleaned, I'll get out there. I'll risk a jam on the battlefield. The living land.
Oh, at least they're helping.
Show the Steel Garrote who built the living lands.
I convinced the Opsy to stay in Fjord with her husband.
Same.
There you are, Envoy. You ready for this? You're probably right. I guess it helps we have a god on our side, right? I mean, a god beats a skeleton knight any day. This is just cleanup. Just figuring out who controls the living lands from here out. Someone once told me that war is just applied politics. Never really understood what that meant. Anyway, you should get some rest. Oh, if you need to rehearse any speeches or whatever, make sure you do it in front of someone else. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I'd just rather not. Talk to you later, Envoy. Envoy? What do you need? You too.
So, here we are. The first and last battle for the living lands. Try praying instead of just hoping. That might work better for you. Metaphysically, the battle is already over. Sapadal is free, and the Dream Scourge is gone. But politically, we have a small mess to tidy up.
Okay.
I intend to send a message to the Steel Garrote.
Moving on forward.
It won't be subtle. Anyway, who knows what tomorrow will bring. So let's be grateful for today. You've earned a little peace of mind. I think that's enough wool gathering for now. Besides, I need to tinker on the phantasmal focus. Make sure it's ready for war. Don't stay up too late. Thanks for talking.
There's my favorite. Don't let the bedbugs bite.
I will be right back, bathroom.
I did, Mom. Opening sarcophagus. Spearmender. There. Open that. Got that.
Hey, he's big.
Welcome back.
We'll finish this together. After everything we've been through, I won't let you down.
I'm coming face to face with a big orange door.
Doesn't make much
Fun.
sense to me. You're going into some of the most deadly places in the lands. On purpose.
They're not any more dangerous than the rest of the living lands.
Right. But I'm there to keep people from making stupid mistakes. Like diving into ancient ruins on purpose.
Well, if you keep others out of the ruins, I have to go in. Who else will if I don't?
No one has to. If people were meant to go there, there'd still be people there.
Oh, you're so sweet for worrying, dear.
I mean, I swear to the Ascendant Gods, you're about as hard to read as a Valian romance novel.
So you've read those romance novels, then? Should we start a book club?
Oh, ow,
Right,
ooh,
leave that
ouch.
here. I'll be over there doing something else.
We should take a moment to acknowledge
Let me
what happened
put
back
my
there.
anti-poison
We
on.
liberated the god of the living lands. Now they are unchained, free to do whatever they want. That's quite a gamble you made.
Question, did you go through the acid water?
Don't think so.
I'm not sure.
Why not?
Too many variables. Regardless, I
I
support
remember
your
there being
decision.
acid water.
If not for you,
Right after the
Sakadal
camp,
would
there's
still
acid
be
water
pacing
with
their caves
those
like a
axe
wild
traps
animal,
swinging left and right.
which means you have
Oh,
leverage
no,
over
no,
a
I didn't
god.
go through there.
How do you
How
plan on
come?
using it?
Didn't feel like grabbing a fucking weapon or supplies that I'm not gonna use.
That's a lot of responsibility, but I have faith you're equal to it. Sapadal's imprisonment shaped this island. Now that everything's changed, I'm curious what will happen. We cannot know if the living lands will normalize or destabilize as a result of our actions. Emerald Stair was bad enough. I don't want to think about how bad it can get. Maybe you'll find some comfort in prayer, now that one of the gods is listening. I hope you don't mind me bringing it up. The subject matter is a bit much for our little camp. We're not finished yet. For that, I'm grateful. I want you to know this has been an unforgettable experience. Wherever we go from here, I'm grateful to have been a part of it. Until next time. Until next time.
Hi, pristine Makefolk.
We'll finish this together.
Have fun.
Going through the acid allowed me to attack from above. You heard?
I can't say I was expecting that.
Does it have range still?
Of course, it has 3 different range attacks. Isn't that fun?
Oh yeah, because 3 different heads, right?
Something like that.
One battlefield to another, eh? Dream thralls, and now this. Ludwig's a loose cannon, and the Steel Garrote don't answer to anyone but her. This place won't be safe for adherents for decades, even if she wins. Gods help us all.
No pressure, Envoy. Just the fate of everyone, right in your hands.
Of course she's still alive. Why wouldn't she be? I'm not surprised.
Ooh, Lodrin.
Yep.
Envoy? Is it really you? Mihala told us you went into some place called the Garden to seek a god?
When you didn't return, we took you for a gift.
Me finding him up here just makes this fight a cakewalk.
It's too preposterous to believe. How could a plague be ended by speaking?
I don't know what you were scared of.
Everyone, please, please. We could get
Oh,
to the
just
bottom
wait.
of this if you would only let them speak.
It's really at half
For
health.
weeks, Envoy. What happened?
Oh, just wait.
Wait for what? He's gonna do something?
Sapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear.
So you say. But Shatterscarp is still littered with dream thralls, and Temerty is still pacing her room, muttering in the dark.
There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go
Okay,
away
so it
overnight.
teleports.
I suppose it stands to reason.
But it didn't teleport up here.
I found that a quick fix is often anything but.
So I'm seeing what it
of this
does up close,
What does it
thanks to
mean
me
that you
sending
freed
Kai down there.
Wodka no doubt saw Sapadal as a threat to her authority. So, she killed the Godless and imprisoned their god.
I assume it is this god we have to thank for the roots tearing apart Paradise? They erupted from the earth the moment those bastards stood up their first siege tower.
Naku Tedek was riven with those things, not to mention what they did to the land.
Similar roots had infected the structures at Naku Kubel. If they and the Dream Scourge were really the work of a god, and the gods thought it best to imprison this god, how could you let such a creature go free?
Boom, it's dead.
For now. Who's to say they don't get their feathers in a ruff again and wipe us all out with a tsunami?
I'll play with you anywhere.
We'll have nothing to fear from this god once we expel you from our lands.
Having Sapadal at our beck and call might be to our advantage. I'd like to see Rawatai try to stand toe-to-toe against a god.
Keeping watch over Sapadal was a sacred task Nandru gave us when he left. For that reason alone, my wardens owe them their allegiance.
Well, whatever happens, I suppose we can't put the godling back in the bottle now.
But come, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Steel Garrote have attacked Paradise. Inquisitor Ludwig has already joined the battle. She must have traveled like the wind to get here so fast. Well, you might not believe me, but I didn't want any of this to happen. It was Ludwig who called for the attack.
I didn't hear an answer, Ambassador.
Okay, spiderlings and stuff. Let's do this. Come, my skeleton bros.
Garden.
Ow! Come, my bear.
You did. I kicked her corpse when you weren't looking. Just
Everyone's gonna get on this. You want to try and outnumber me? I'll number you.
But you wouldn't know it, judging by how she fights.
Ludwig's run through the militia like a whirlwind.
All right, let's keep the similes to ourselves.
I wish the bear didn't die so quickly.
Oh, cheer up. You wouldn't be the first to make that mistake. Might not be the last either, depending on how things go. So long as her passion for Wodika lives, so too will her spirit.
Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her.
Oh, good. That will be easy.
It is not, I think, impossible. I couldn't agree more. Ludwig has sent a message to the Emperor informing him of her attack. He will send advisors and reinforcements swiftly in response. What will his representatives find when they arrive? A new colony? A budding grave room?
So you beat the game yet?
Before you face Ludwig, you should know what you're fighting for. All of you must decide, together. But whatever you decide, understand, the days of the frontier are done. Adir will come.
I had a feeling Loudwin was still alive. Fighting her was way too easy. If you don't come to Dream Thralls.
The living lands would become an
Because she was so
extension of
hyped
the
up for her to go down like that.
and
Yeah, no, I knew
leadership
she'd
and
still be
law.
alive.
Soldiers bearing the flag of Adir would be garrisoned in every town. They would be paid in Adiran shelling and speak only the Adiran language. Their roads would be smooth Adiran roads. Their medicine would be hygienic Adiran medicine. And their weapons would be efficient Adiran weapons. Our customs would become their customs. Our strengths would become their strengths. Our emperor would become their emperor. Turned toward a common purpose. No one, not Rawatai, not the Valian republics, not even a rogue god, would dare attack the living lands. This island would be safe for the first time in its history. And safe
Hilgard,
would
you
remain.
put too much faith. You put too much faith in the Emperor. Any of the gods could just snap the living lands out of existence, man.
He would suppress our culture before it's had a chance to grow. Everything my people cultivated would be reduced to a footnote. If you have any love for this land, do not allow him to overwrite our history.
Rawatai built its empire from colonies like this. Many have become centers of culture and prosperity, backed by the protection of a strong navy. Of course, it can take decades to get there. And this road isn't an easy one. But Adir won't be the only empire eyeing this place. A formal agreement now could protect us from something worse later.
It shall be peaceful in that all dissenters will be silenced. So there's that.
The Living Lands is a lot of things, but it will never be Adir, no matter how hard Adir wants it to be. Adir should turn back now and save everyone a bunch of blessed day trouble.
The Adder's promise. Clip our feathers as we find our wings. The deed binds as the wire binds. To drown us. Why were we set free?
Of course. The Living Lands would retain its own laws under a grave appointed by the Emperor. The grave would be expected to promote and develop the Living Lands to our mutual benefit. They would divide the island into administrative districts and see them governed by mayors appointed from the local communities. The island would provide tribute in the form of resources and taxes, and in times of war, soldiers. The Empire, I should note, is nearly always at war. In return, the Living Lands would enter Adir's sphere of influence, and should outside nations attempt to invade, we would come to the Grave Room's aid. Naturally, that would be the Emperor's decision. But I suspect he would choose you. Only the strong survive the frontier. I used to believe that was Ludwig. But you were born to rule here. Quite literally. Well, give the matter some thought. You owe that much
Okay,
to
so
yourself,
where's
at least.
the medic folk I killed? I mean, I saw him drop, but...
Tribute, he says. Taxes. Soldiers. The Empire has tried it all before. Look to the Eastern Reach if you don't believe me. They want to bleed us dry, to fill their coffers and fight their wars, to break us like wild animals. But I will not bend.
It's still a gamble, but I think it's the safest bet. We get the benefits of Imperial trade and protection without losing all of what makes this place special. There's no way of knowing what it would mean in another generation or two. But right now, it gives us the security and stability to recover.
We were fine before Adir showed up, and we'll be fine when they're gone. Trust the lands and her people, Envoy.
If we give Adir power over us, we can't be surprised if they decide to flex it later.
Subtle, pernicious, touch the rot, yet the disease remains. Safety among spiders. A web gleaming with dew. They weave, they wait.
Man, why can't Sepidal speak English like,
We
Bareth
give
does?
up our fighters and the wealth of our lands, and get promises in return. But we have wealth enough to give some away, if it means my wardens may return to their vigil in peace.
A grave room wouldn't be my first choice, but we're going to need a hand with all the dream thralls left in Shatterscarp. So if the Emperor's willing to pitch in, then I guess so am I.
With
Okay, what
dreams
the hell,
of ending,
gamers?
my people can soon return to Fior. If a renewed animancy could easily feed the island, I suppose we could send Adir what's left. But when lean times come, who will we feed first? Ourselves or the Empire?
Excellent question.
You have seen more of this land, and met more of its people than any of us. Your opinion is informed. You were empowered by the Emperor himself to investigate an impossible problem, and against the odds, you solved it. You are the close personal friend of a rogue god. And in our dealings together, I found you to be a person of substance and conviction. But mostly, it's because you're Adiran, so I trust you. And these fine people here are going to do whatever they like if they don't agree with you anyway. Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain you would fail. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives at stake.
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone.
I think we ran things
Marius,
perfectly
you're not
fine
helping.
before your kin got here.
Risk into bounty. Does the winter frost dissuade the sea?
Sepidal, you're not helping either.
Many fruits on our boughs. We graft many leaves into strength.
Though I'm hardly eager to work with any of you, I like the idea of twisting beneath Adir's boot heel even less. So long as the Wardens can continue our vigil, I'm open to uniting if you are.
Thirdborn alone couldn't stand against the storm, but the might of all of us, together, we could deter any but the most fearsome adversaries. And that's what cannons are for.
With the Envoy's support, we'd have a god in our pocket. What could the Empire do to stop us? When my people return to Fior, We could create such miracles of animancy, the living lands would become the breadbasket of the world.
Well, let's not twiddle our thumbs while Paradise burns.
Here's the thing. All of these ideas are terrible. Again. But if we don't go with one of them, one of the top two, there'll be constant war. So this one.
Compromise.
So long as my wardens are left in peace, we will endure a grave realm.
Thirdborn will support a grave room, unless the Empire inspires us to change our minds.
A grave room, then, if we must. And God's willing, Fjord will feed the world.
I do not trust your empire to show restraint in its control of the living lands. Gods help us.
We can worry about the future when it comes. This at least gives us the backing to survive and rebuild.
Right. Might as well go ahead and start designing those rebel flags sooner rather than later.
Good. We'll have perhaps a whole week of peace before the yoke starts chafing.
I will do my level best to convince the Emperor to accept a grave room. That leaves the matter of Ludwig and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. You must kill her, or we will lose Paradise, and eventually the island.
Whatever happens to the living lands, at least I can kill Ludwig. I'll take that over nothing.
She better say her goodbyes while she can.
I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time.
Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury.
The Paradise militia will be at your back. Give her no quarter. The future waits for you.
Thank you for deserving it. Now, go and teach the Steel Garrote a lesson they will never forget.
Show them that the living lands will not be broken across Vodka's knee.
We will send reinforcements to help you reclaim the Eastern Gate. From there, work your way to the main plaza. Let's just say this is not my first brush with a tyrannical authority, though. I pray it is my last. May all the gods of Eora and the living lands protect you.
Let's take back the city. Whatever happens tomorrow, the Steel Garrote can only make it worse.
Time to stop the Steel Garrote. Lead the way, Envoy.
So we're going after the Steel Garrote now, right? Let's do it.
And back to the camp, because people to speak to.
You should get some sleep. Big day coming up. Well, I'm just fine. More or less. I've been in a lot of dangerous situations, but it's always been a fight to survive. It's just a fight. Putting my life on the line for someone else's cause. It's the opposite of survival. It's foolishness. You know, I've never seen a bear go to war. They fight for survival, not for causes. We're about to go out there and risk our lives for what? A concept of how things ought to be? We might die, all to determine who sleeps in the nicest house in Paradise until the island decides it's time for a change. It's fine, really. But it's some blessed day Sokka when you think about it. Right. Careful you don't get stuck in all that sap. I'll be all right, Envoy. You go get some blessed day rest. What do you...
Until next time.
Well, we're doing this. We're fighting your people. Are you okay? No doubts or second thoughts? Well, at least you're honest. Thinking back on all we've done, it's impressive, don't you think? We went to the garden, a prison untouched by time. We both learned the truth about our Akedan origins. Oh dear. Do you think we knew each other in our past lives? I'm sure I just let you think that, Envoy. And that's skipping to the end. I mean, think of all we've done. You saved Fior from the clutches of the Steel Garrote. I wish I could have seen the look on Ludwine's face at that. What's left of her face, I mean. And though I may mourn the loss of Naku Kubel, I can't deny that Thirdborn is safe now. Who would have thought I'd be here, fighting with an Adiran? Oh. I suppose
They
I
made a
can
Lord
live
of the
with that.
Rings reference. Love it. Ten out of 10. Devs, you get some credit for that one.
It's the Lord of the Rings reference.
Yachtley said, who would have thought I'd be here fighting with an Adiran? And you said, how about fighting with a friend? Yachtley responded with, oh, I suppose I can work with that.
Truly. Thank you. I'm forever changed.
Nice.
As weird as you are, Envoy, I'm glad we're here, now, ready to save the living lands. Well, let's go kill that dead woman. How can I help, darling? Tired already, Envoy?
Call me stupid, but I just realized that you need money to upgrade your weapons.
Can't sleep? Neither can I. We're going into battle for the soul of the living lands, rallying under the banners.
How'd you not know that, Mr. Bam?
Your emperor will
Never
not
looked.
be pleased. Political influence is dangerous. If you aren't careful, it can turn against you. When a godlike fights in battle, people take note of which side. The Adirans will doubt your loyalty. The locals will doubt your commitment. You may even doubt yourself. This is the first time you were told to pick a side. And I fear it won't be the last. All we ask in return is that you do the same for us. From what I understand, your ambassador is very persuasive, very powerful, and very accustomed to getting his way. For a politician like him, losing a battle is not a defeat. It's an opportunity. When he promises you the world, don't listen. He'll fill your head with lies if you let him. I'm glad we understand each other. It's good to see you fighting for the misfits and rabble.
The weak spout spiders, apparently
Get some
it's
rest. We have a big day ahead.
abdomen? No, thorax.
In truth, I'm not as worried as I used to be. I've been thinking about the Inquisitor. Formulating a theory, you might say. A Death Guard clings to their existence by force of will. Stubbornness, unfinished business, that sort of thing. Ludwine is held together by faith, and that may be her undoing. Faith is the foundation of her reality. Faith in the righteousness of the gods. But according to her faith, Sapadal should not exist. A new god independent of hers? blasphemy. By that logic, you shouldn't exist either. And yet here you are. By staying alive, of course. You are the godlike of a heretical god, a contradiction to her reality. Can you imagine how much she needs you to die? Her entire worldview depends on it. Who knows? Maybe that uncertainty is enough to make her mortal again. Or maybe not. I'm just theorizing as I go. Whatever happens, I want to see it for myself. For the research,